Most battles people fight are never seen. They happen quietly behind the eyes, long after the world has gone to sleep. The day may end, the lights may turn off, and the body may lie down to rest, but the mind often refuses to follow. Thoughts begin to circle. Conversations replay. Questions appear that were never there during the day. What should have been said? What might happen tomorrow? What could go wrong? What it all means? Overthinking has a strange way of convincing the mind that more thinking will bring peace, when in truth, it only tightens the knot. You try to solve one thought and 10 more appear. You search for certainty, and the mind creates new doubts. You chase answers, and the noise grows louder. Soon the mind feels like a crowded room where every voice is speaking at the same time, each one demanding attention. It can feel exhausting, like carrying a weight that was never meant to be carried for this long. But here is the quiet truth that most people never learn. The mind does not find peace by forcing itself to think harder. It finds peace when it finally learns how to loosen its grip. The Stoics understood something powerful about the human mind. They knew that thoughts are not commands, they are visitors. Some arrive quietly and leave quickly. Others stay longer than they should. But the moment you stop chasing them, something unexpected begins to happen. They begin to lose their weight. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself of a simple truth. You have power over your mind, not outside events. What he meant was simple but profound. Life will always bring uncertainty. Memories will visit without invitation. Questions will appear when you least expect them. But suffering begins when the mind believes it must answer everything tonight. And the truth is that it doesn't. Sometimes the greatest clarity appears when the mind stops trying to solve life and simply allows itself to rest. Tonight is about that shift. Not running from thoughts, not suppressing them, not fighting the mind as if it were an enemy. Instead, learning to sit beside it quietly, like a calm observer watching waves move across the surface of water. Over the next 4 hours, this space becomes a refuge for your mind, a place where thoughts are allowed to slow down, a place where the pressure to control everything can finally soften, a place where the mind remembers something it may have forgotten for a long time: how to be still. This is not about becoming a different person overnight. It is about rediscovering something you already carry within you. The quiet center beneath the noise, the steady awareness beneath the worry. The part of you that has always been calm, even when the surface felt chaotic. Little by little, as the mind loosens its grip, clarity begins to return. Not forced clarity, but natural clarity. The kind that appears when the mental storm passes and the sky quietly clears on its own. So tonight, there is nothing you need to solve, nothing you need to fix, and nothing you need to prove. Only one simple practice remains: allow the mind to breathe again. And by the time these 4 hours gently come to an end, you may notice something surprising. The thoughts that once felt heavy no longer carry the same power, and the quiet that once felt distant has been inside you the entire time. As the mind begins to settle and the noise slowly softens, something interesting starts to become visible. Beneath all the racing thoughts and restless questions, there is a quiet realization waiting to be discovered. Not every thought that appears in the mind deserves to lead you. Not every idea that crosses your awareness carries authority over your peace. The mind has a habit of producing thoughts endlessly, like a machine that never truly powers down. But the first step toward mental clarity begins when you understand a simple truth about how those thoughts actually work. A quiet realization begins to surface when the mind slows down enough to observe itself. Thoughts appear one after another, often so quickly that they feel powerful, urgent, and important. Yet the strange thing about the human mind is that it produces far more thoughts than any person could ever act on. Many of them are automatic reactions, fragments of memory, echoes of the day, or small sparks of imagination. They appear without effort, and most of the time they disappear just as quickly. But when the mind is tired or anxious, it begins to treat these passing thoughts as if they were instructions that must be followed. This is where overthinking begins to grow. The mind takes a simple thought and turns it into something heavier. A passing worry becomes a problem that needs solving. A memory becomes a story that must be analyzed. A small uncertainty becomes a prediction about the future. Without realizing it, the mind begins obeying thoughts as if they were commands. It listens to every suggestion the brain produces and tries to respond to each one. Over time, this creates a sense of pressure, as if the mind is responsible for controlling everything that might happen. The Stoics noticed this pattern long ago. They understood that the mind constantly generates impressions. These impressions arrive as ideas, worries, interpretations, and judgments. But they also realized that these impressions are not orders. They are only suggestions. A thought may appear saying that something terrible could happen tomorrow, but that thought is simply a possibility created by the imagination. Another thought might replay an awkward conversation from earlier in the day, trying to convince you that something was done wrong. Yet that thought is only a memory passing through awareness. What matters is not the thought itself, but how the mind chooses to respond to it. When a thought appears, there is a brief moment where the mind can either follow it or simply observe it. Most people never notice this moment because they have spent their lives reacting automatically. The thought arrives and the mind immediately begins analyzing it, debating it, or expanding it. But the Stoics practiced something different. They trained themselves to pause between the appearance of a thought and their reaction to it. In that small space, they discovered freedom. A thought saying that something might go wrong tomorrow does not mean tomorrow will go wrong. A thought replaying a past mistake does not mean the past must be relived again and again. A thought suggesting that someone may judge you does not mean their opinion defines your worth. Thoughts are often guesses, predictions, or emotional echoes rather than reliable truths. Understanding this changes the relationship you have with your own mind. Instead of treating every thought as a signal to act, you begin to see thoughts the way a person watches clouds move across the sky. Some are light and harmless, some are darker and more dramatic. But none of them control the sky itself. They simply pass through it. This is why wisdom lies not in controlling every thought, but in choosing which ones deserve attention. When the mind stops trying to answer every mental suggestion, it becomes lighter. It no longer feels responsible for solving every possibility the imagination creates. It begins to recognize that most thoughts are temporary mental events, rather than important messages that require action. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. When troubling thoughts appeared, he reminded himself that the mind has the power to examine impressions before accepting them. Instead of believing the thought immediately, he would look at it carefully and ask whether it was useful, truthful, or necessary. Many thoughts failed that test and were allowed to fade away without further attention. This practice gradually changes how the mind operates. Thoughts continue to appear because that is what the mind naturally does, but the feeling of being controlled by them begins to disappear. The mind becomes calmer, because it is no longer chasing every idea that enters awareness. Over time, a quiet confidence grows. The mind realizes it does not have to react to everything it produces. It can observe without obeying. It can notice without following. It can let a thought appear and disappear without building a story around it. And as this understanding deepens, overthinking begins to lose its grip. The endless stream of thoughts is still there, but they no longer carry the same authority. They become background movement rather than urgent instructions. This simple shift marks the beginning of true mental clarity. When the mind stops obeying every thought it creates, space begins to open. In that space, calmness returns naturally, not because the mind forced itself to be quiet, but because it finally learned that not every thought deserves its attention. As this understanding settles deeper, the mind begins to notice something that once went completely unseen. Thoughts appear constantly, but the real exhaustion never came from the thoughts themselves. The exhaustion came from the way the mind immediately grabbed them, questioned them, and tried to pull meaning out of every single one. Every idea became a case to investigate. Every memory became a puzzle to solve. Every worry became a problem demanding answers. Slowly, a quiet question begins to rise. What would happen if the mind stopped interrogating every thought that appears? A subtle shift begins when the mind realizes that most thoughts do not need questioning, solving, or analysis. They simply arrive, pass through awareness, and fade away if they are not held too tightly. Yet the habit of overthinking trains the mind to treat every thought like a witness in a courtroom. The mind begins asking questions immediately. Why did that thought appear? What does it mean? What if it is important? What if it predicts something about the future? This constant interrogation creates an endless mental conversation that keeps the mind active long after the day has ended. The strange thing is that many of these thoughts were never important in the first place. They were just brief mental impressions. But the moment the mind begins examining them, they grow stronger. A thought that would have disappeared in seconds becomes something that lingers for minutes or even hours. The mind circles around it, adding interpretations, questions, and emotional reactions. Without realizing it, the mind turns a simple thought into a long mental story. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering begins when people argue with their own thoughts. Instead of allowing the mind to move naturally, people attempt to solve every mental appearance as if it contained a hidden message. But most thoughts are simply the brain processing experience. Some are fragments of earlier conversations. Others are small worries created by imagination. Some are emotional echoes that appear when the mind is tired. They are not instructions that demand investigation. When a person learns to stop interrogating these thoughts, something very different begins to happen. Thoughts lose their ability to capture attention for long periods of time. They appear briefly, like small ripples moving across water, and then disappear on their own. The mind no longer chases them. It simply observes them. This discipline requires patience because the habit of interrogating thoughts is deeply rooted. For many years, the mind has believed that analyzing every thought will create control or safety. When an uncomfortable thought appears, the instinct is to question it immediately. The mind tries to understand where it came from or what it might mean about the future. But this investigation often creates more noise rather than clarity. A different approach begins with acceptance. When a thought appears, the mind simply notices it without asking questions. It recognizes that a thought has arrived, but it does not treat it as a mystery that needs solving. It allows the thought to exist without trying to interpret it. This may feel unusual at first because the mind is used to searching for explanations, but slowly this quiet observation begins to create space. Over time, the mind learns that thoughts are temporary events rather than permanent problems. They pass through awareness just as sounds pass through a quiet room. When someone hears a distant car driving by, there is no need to analyze why the sound exists. The mind simply notices it and continues resting. Thoughts can be treated the same way. This practice also reveals something surprising about the mind's behavior. When thoughts are not interrogated, they tend to lose energy much faster. A worrying thought may appear, but without attention it cannot grow. It fades naturally because the mind is no longer feeding it questions and reactions. What once felt overwhelming becomes small and temporary. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the power to remove unnecessary judgments. When a thought arrives suggesting that something terrible might happen or that something embarrassing occurred earlier in the day, the mind can simply recognize it as an impression rather than a fact. Without interrogation, the thought cannot build a larger narrative around itself. This does not mean the mind must become completely silent. Thoughts will always appear because the brain continues processing experience. The goal is not to eliminate thinking, but to reduce the habit of examining every mental suggestion. When this discipline becomes stronger, the mind begins to experience longer periods of calm. The background noise that once dominated attention becomes softer. A person practicing this discipline begins to notice that peace often appears in the absence of interrogation. The mind stops digging through every thought, searching for answers that may not even exist. It learns to trust that clarity does not always come from analysis. Sometimes clarity appears when the mind allows itself to rest. As this habit develops, the mind slowly becomes less reactive. Thoughts arrive and depart without creating emotional storms. The inner space becomes quieter because fewer mental arguments are taking place. This quiet does not come from forcing the mind into silence. It appears naturally when the mind stops treating every thought as something that must be investigated. Little by little, the endless courtroom inside the mind begins to close. The questions fade. The arguments dissolve. Thoughts move through awareness more freely without being stopped and examined. And in that gentle movement, the mind discovers something that overthinking had hidden for a long time. The mind was never meant to interrogate every thought that passes through it. It was meant to notice them, allow them, and then let them go. As the mind begins to release the habit of interrogating every thought, another quiet realization slowly begins to appear. Thoughts come and go in waves, sometimes calm and gentle, other times intense and overwhelming. But the mind begins to see something new. These waves are not permanent. They rise, they move, and eventually they pass. This understanding opens the door to another Stoic practice that brings deep relief to the restless mind. There are moments when the mind suddenly fills with strong thoughts. Worries about the future appear without warning. Memories surface that stir uncomfortable feelings. Doubts start whispering quietly in the background. When these moments arrive, the mind often reacts as if something dangerous has happened. It begins trying to fight the thoughts, analyze them, or push them away. But this struggle usually makes the storm stronger. The Stoics approached this experience in a very different way. They learned to treat thoughts the same way a person observes weather in the sky. When clouds gather and a storm begins, no one believes that the storm has become the sky itself. It is simply a temporary condition passing through. the sky remains unchanged behind it. The mind works in a similar way. Thoughts may become loud, emotional, or dramatic, but they are only temporary patterns moving through awareness. They do not define the person experiencing them. Yet overthinking convinces the mind that every mental storm represents something permanent. A negative thought appears, and suddenly the mind believes that something is wrong with the future, the past, or even with the self. This belief creates unnecessary suffering. A passing thought can begin to feel like a prediction about life. A brief worry can feel like proof that something terrible is coming. But when thoughts are treated like weather, their true nature becomes clearer. Storms appear, but they do not stay forever. The Stoics practiced watching their thoughts the same way someone watches rain falling outside a window. When rain begins, there is no need to argue with it or analyze why every drop falls. The observer simply notices the storm and waits for it to pass. Eventually the clouds break, the rain stops, and the sky clears on its own. Mental storms behave the same way. When the mind becomes anxious or overwhelmed with thoughts, the instinct is to react immediately. The mind tries to solve the storm, fix the feeling, or search for answers that will restore calm. But this reaction often strengthens the storm rather than calming it. When the mind instead observes the thoughts quietly, something unexpected begins to happen. The thoughts begin losing their intensity. Without resistance or analysis feeding them energy, they slowly dissolve. This practice does not require forcing the mind to be silent. Silence often comes naturally when thoughts are allowed to move without interference. Instead of fighting the storm, the mind simply becomes aware of it. Thoughts are noticed as they appear, but they are not treated as facts that define reality. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the power to step back and observe impressions. He recognized that thoughts are not always accurate reflections of the world. Sometimes they are influenced by tiredness, emotion, or temporary stress. When these thoughts appear, the wise response is not to believe them immediately, but to watch them calmly until their true nature becomes clear. A person sitting near the ocean understands that waves rise and fall continuously. No single wave defines the ocean itself. The same principle applies to the mind. A negative thought is only one moment within a much larger landscape of awareness. When this perspective becomes clear, thoughts begin to lose their ability to dominate attention. This practice also changes the relationship with difficult emotions. Sometimes a thought triggers fear, frustration, or sadness. When this happens, the mind often tries to escape the feeling as quickly as possible. But treating thoughts like weather encourages a different response. The emotion is allowed to exist for a moment, just as rain is allowed to fall during a storm. Eventually the storm moves on. Over time, the mind becomes more resilient because it no longer panics when strong thoughts appear. Instead of reacting with urgency, it watches the storm with patience. This patience creates a sense of stability that remains even when thoughts become intense. People who practice this habit begin to notice something surprising. The mind becomes quieter, not because thoughts disappear, but because they are no longer treated as defining truths. They are simply weather patterns moving through awareness. Some days bring clear skies and calm thoughts. Other days bring clouds and mental storms. But behind every change, the deeper sky of awareness remains steady. And once the mind learns to see thoughts this way, the storms that once felt overwhelming begin to lose their power. Thoughts may still appear, but they no longer define reality. They are simply passing weather in the vast sky of the mind. As the mind begins to see thoughts as passing weather, another quiet pattern slowly becomes visible. Many of the storms that once felt overwhelming were not created by the thoughts themselves, but by something deeper beneath them. A hidden tension begins to reveal itself. The mind often keeps thinking, not because thinking is helpful, but because it believes it must control what cannot be controlled. This discovery opens the door to another important Stoic realization. A deeper truth about overthinking begins to appear when the mind watches itself carefully. Many thoughts that repeat again and again are not searching for wisdom. They are searching for certainty. The mind wants to know what will happen tomorrow. It wants to know how others truly feel. It wants to know whether a decision will lead to success or regret. When the future feels uncertain, the mind begins working harder, as if thinking long enough will eventually produce perfect answers. But life rarely offers that kind of certainty. When the mind cannot control an outcome, it begins analyzing every possibility. It imagines different scenarios. It reviews past events, looking for clues. It tries to prepare for every outcome so that nothing unexpected can happen. This mental activity feels productive at first, but after a while it becomes exhausting. The mind keeps circling the same questions because the answers it seeks cannot be fully known. This is where the illusion of control begins to trap the mind. The mind quietly believes that if it thinks about something long enough, it will eventually remove all uncertainty. It believes that every problem can be solved through enough analysis. But many areas of life do not respond to analysis in that way. Human relationships, future events, and the reactions of other people remain partly unpredictable no matter how much thought is applied to them. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that peace begins when a person clearly separates what can be controlled from what cannot. Some things always remain within personal influence. A person can control their choices, their effort, and the way they respond to situations. But many other things exist outside that circle. The actions of other people, the outcome of events, and the direction of the future are never fully under personal command. Overthinking begins when the mind refuses to accept this boundary. Instead of accepting uncertainty, the mind tries to shrink it through endless thinking. A person may replay a conversation many times, hoping to understand exactly how someone interpreted their words. The mind asks questions that have no clear answers. Did they misunderstand? Did something sound wrong? What will they think tomorrow? Each question creates another layer of mental noise. But the truth is that some answers do not exist. Other people's thoughts remain invisible. Future outcomes cannot be predicted with perfect accuracy. The mind keeps searching for control where none is available. This is why the Stoics practiced acceptance of uncertainty. They recognized that much of life unfolds beyond personal command. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that events happen according to causes far larger than individual control. Instead of fighting this reality, he focused his attention on the things that remained within reach: his actions, his character, and his response to whatever occurred. When the mind adopts this perspective, overthinking begins to loosen its grip. Instead of trying to solve every uncertain outcome, the mind becomes willing to leave certain questions unanswered. It understands that uncertainty is not a threat that must be eliminated. It is simply part of life's natural movement. This shift brings an unexpected sense of relief. The mind no longer feels responsible for predicting every future event. It no longer tries to control how others will react. It begins focusing on the present moment, where real influence actually exists. The mind starts asking different questions. Instead of asking what might happen tomorrow, it asks what action can be taken today. Instead of wondering how others will judge a decision, it focuses on whether the decision aligns with personal values. This approach creates a calmer mental landscape because the mind stops chasing impossible certainty. Over time, a deeper confidence begins to grow. The mind realizes that it does not need perfect knowledge of the future in order to move forward. It only needs the ability to act with wisdom in the present moment. When uncertainty appears, the mind no longer reacts with panic or endless analysis. It recognizes uncertainty as a natural companion to life. Some paths will always remain partly hidden. Some outcomes will always remain unknown. But life continues to unfold even without perfect clarity. This realization gently releases the mind from a heavy burden it has carried for years. The burden of believing it must control everything through thought. Once this illusion fades, overthinking begins to quiet down on its own. The mind becomes less interested in solving every possible scenario. Instead, it becomes more focused on living well within the moment that is actually happening. And in that shift, the endless cycle of analysis slowly begins to fade, replaced by a steadier and more peaceful way of thinking. As the mind begins to release the illusion that it must control everything through endless thinking, another subtle truth begins to surface. Many of the thoughts that once felt urgent were never truly important. They only appeared important because the mind treated them that way. When attention and seriousness are given to every thought, the mind begins to feel crowded and heavy. But when the mind learns that not every mental event deserves importance, a surprising lightness begins to appear. A quiet shift happens when the mind starts noticing how many thoughts pass through it every single day. Some thoughts are useful, some are reminders, some help guide decisions, but many are simply fragments of imagination, leftover impressions from earlier experiences, or random ideas that appear without any real purpose. Yet the mind has a habit of treating all of them as if they carry meaning. A simple thought appears, and the mind immediately begins examining it. It asks whether the thought reveals something about the future, about relationships, or about personal identity. The mind begins to give it weight, as if every thought contains an important message that must be understood. This habit quietly strengthens overthinking. The Stoics recognized that the mind naturally produces impressions, but they also understood that most impressions are neutral until the mind decides to give them significance. A thought by itself is only a small mental event. It becomes heavy only when the mind attaches importance to it. For example, a brief thought might appear suggesting that someone may have been upset by something that was said earlier in the day. If the mind treats this thought lightly, it may pass within seconds. But if the mind treats it as something important, it begins replaying the conversation, searching for clues, imagining possible misunderstandings. The thought grows larger because the mind feeds it attention and meaning. Over time, this habit turns small thoughts into large mental burdens. Reducing the importance of every thought does not mean ignoring the mind completely. Some thoughts are genuinely helpful and deserve reflection. But the Stoic approach encourages a calmer relationship with mental activity. Instead of immediately assuming that every thought carries meaning, the mind begins to observe them with a sense of neutrality. When a thought appears, the mind can simply notice it without assigning significance. It recognizes that the brain constantly produces ideas, questions, and images as part of its natural functioning. Just as the body breathes without conscious effort, the mind generates thoughts continuously. Not every breath needs interpretation, and not every thought requires analysis. This understanding slowly changes the mental environment. Thoughts that once felt powerful begin to lose their intensity when they are no longer treated as important signals. They become lighter, almost like background sounds that exist without demanding attention. A passing doubt may appear, but instead of expanding into worry, it remains small because the mind does not treat it as something meaningful. Marcus Aurelius practiced this kind of mental discipline often. When certain thoughts appeared, he reminded himself that many impressions are only temporary appearances rather than truths about reality. By refusing to treat every thought as significant, he preserved his inner calm even during difficult situations. This practice also helps the mind escape the trap of self-judgment. Sometimes people become disturbed not only by their thoughts, but by the fact that those thoughts appeared at all. A person may worry about having a negative idea or an uncomfortable memory, believing that the presence of the thought says something about their character. But reducing the importance of thoughts reveals that the mind often produces ideas automatically, without intention or meaning. A thought appearing does not define the person who notices it. When this becomes clear, the mind relaxes. It no longer feels the need to control every mental movement. Thoughts come and go like small ripples moving across a lake. Some disappear immediately. Others stay for a moment before fading away. But none of them determine the depth of the water beneath. Gradually, the mind begins to focus less on the content of every thought and more on the overall direction of attention. Instead of chasing each idea individually, awareness becomes steadier and more centered. The mind feels less crowded because it is no longer treating every mental event as something important. This lightness creates space for true clarity. When unnecessary thoughts lose their importance, the mind has more energy available for the thoughts that actually matter. Decisions become clearer because they are no longer buried under layers of unnecessary analysis. Over time, this Stoic practice creates a profound change in how the mind experiences itself. Thoughts still appear, just as clouds continue to move across the sky. But the sky itself remains open and undisturbed. The mind becomes less reactive and more stable because it no longer assigns meaning to every passing idea. And as this habit deepens, overthinking slowly begins to fade. The mind discovers that peace does not come from controlling every thought, but from recognizing that most of them were never important in the first place. As the mind learns to reduce the importance it gives to every passing thought, another helpful skill begins to form quietly in the background. Thoughts may still appear suddenly, sometimes carrying a strong emotional charge. Certain ideas can still feel urgent, demanding attention, as if something important must be solved immediately. But once the mind understands that many thoughts were never as meaningful as they seemed, a new strategy becomes possible. The mind can begin lowering the urgency it assigns to those thoughts. A strange thing happens when a thought feels urgent. The body becomes tense, the mind speeds up. Attention narrows as if something dangerous has appeared. Even a simple idea can create this reaction. A memory of a mistake, a worry about tomorrow, or a sudden doubt about a decision can instantly feel like a problem that must be solved right now. The mind begins chasing the thought with intense focus, as if ignoring it would create consequences. But most intrusive thoughts are not emergencies. The feeling of urgency often comes from the mind's habit of exaggerating importance. When a thought appears with emotional weight, the mind assumes that it must act quickly. It begins asking questions, searching for answers, imagining outcomes. The faster the mind moves, the more serious the thought begins to feel. The Stoics approached this situation with a calm and deliberate response. Instead of reacting to every urgent thought, they practiced mentally lowering its priority. They understood that urgency is often created by perception rather than by reality. A thought may arrive with intensity, but that does not mean it deserves immediate attention. This is where mental downgrading becomes useful. When a thought appears and tries to demand attention, the mind can gently step back and reassess its importance. Rather than treating the thought like an alarm bell, it can be treated like background noise. The mind acknowledges that the thought exists, but it does not treat it as something that must be solved right away. This small shift can change the entire emotional reaction. A worrying idea about tomorrow might appear, suggesting that something could go wrong. Normally, the mind would begin planning every possible outcome, trying to prepare for each scenario. But with mental downgrading, the mind pauses and recognizes that tomorrow has not arrived yet. The thought is simply a prediction created by imagination. Instead of reacting with urgency, the mind lowers its importance and allows it to remain unresolved. The same approach can be used with memories. Sometimes a thought returns from the past, replaying an awkward moment or a regret. The mind often treats this memory as if it must be analyzed again and again until a perfect explanation is found. But mental downgrading gently reminds the mind that the past cannot be changed tonight. The memory does not require immediate investigation. It can simply pass through awareness. This practice does not mean ignoring real responsibilities or important decisions. Instead, it teaches the mind to distinguish between genuine problems and thoughts that only feel urgent. Real issues can still be addressed when the time is right, but intrusive ideas no longer receive automatic priority. Marcus Aurelius practiced this by reminding himself that external events and inner impressions do not automatically deserve emotional intensity. When something appeared troubling, he examined whether it truly required concern or whether it was simply a momentary impression that could be allowed to fade. Over time, this discipline changes how the mind reacts to intrusive thoughts. Thoughts may still arrive suddenly, but they no longer trigger immediate urgency. The mind becomes calmer because it understands that not every idea deserves immediate response. Some thoughts can be postponed. Others can be ignored entirely. Many can simply pass through awareness without action. This approach gradually reduces the pressure inside the mind. Overthinking often grows when every thought is treated as important and urgent. But when urgency is lowered, the mind stops racing from one idea to the next. A sense of patience begins to develop. The mind becomes willing to let certain questions remain unanswered for a while. It trusts that clarity often appears naturally when thoughts are not forced. This patience brings a surprising sense of relief. The mind no longer feels responsible for solving everything at once. Instead of reacting immediately to every mental signal, it moves more slowly and deliberately. And as this habit strengthens, intrusive thoughts lose much of their power. They may still appear from time to time, but they are met with calm observation rather than urgency. The mind recognizes that many of these ideas were never emergencies to begin with. In this way, mental downgrading becomes a quiet but powerful tool. By lowering the urgency of intrusive thoughts, the mind frees itself from the constant pressure to react. Overthinking begins to soften, and the mind discovers that calmness often appears when urgency is gently removed. As the mind learns to lower the urgency of intrusive thoughts, another quiet pattern becomes visible. Many of the thoughts that once felt overwhelming were actually questions searching for answers. The mind wanted certainty, clarity, and resolution right away. When it could not find those answers quickly, it continued searching, turning the same question over and over like a stone in the hand. This endless searching created tension that kept the mind awake long after the body was ready to rest. A subtle pressure exists inside the mind that often goes unnoticed. When a question appears, the mind immediately tries to resolve it. It wants a clear explanation, a definite outcome, or a perfect solution. If the answer does not appear quickly, the mind keeps working. It replays conversations, examines past decisions, and predicts future outcomes. The search for certainty becomes constant. Yet many questions in life do not have immediate answers. Some questions take time to unfold. Others cannot be answered until new experiences appear. Certain questions may never have a perfect explanation at all, but the mind, trained to solve problems quickly, struggles with this uncertainty. It believes that peace will only arrive once every question has been resolved. This belief quietly fuels overthinking. The Stoics discovered a different approach. Instead of demanding answers from every question, they practiced allowing some questions to remain open. They understood that not every uncertainty needs to be solved tonight. Some questions belong to the future. Others belong to circumstances that have not yet arrived. When the mind learns to accept this, a surprising calm begins to appear. Consider how often the mind returns to the same unresolved question. It may wonder whether a decision was correct. It may question how someone interpreted a certain action. It may ask what tomorrow will bring. The mind treats these questions like puzzles that must be solved before rest can occur. But the search often leads nowhere because the necessary information does not yet exist. The Stoic approach gently changes this pattern. When a question appears, the mind acknowledges it, but does not immediately chase the answer. Instead of tightening around the uncertainty, the mind allows the question to remain incomplete. It recognizes that clarity sometimes arrives naturally with time. Marcus Aurelius practiced this patience often. When uncertain situations arose, he reminded himself that events unfold according to causes that are not always visible in the present moment. Instead of forcing conclusions, he allowed life to reveal its direction gradually. This attitude creates a different relationship with uncertainty. Instead of seeing unanswered questions as problems, the mind begins to see them as part of life's unfolding story. Just as a book reveals its meaning chapter by chapter, many questions become clearer only as time moves forward. Trying to answer them too early often creates confusion rather than wisdom. When the mind releases the demand for immediate answers, it becomes quieter. The endless mental searching begins to slow down. Questions may still exist, but they no longer create tension. They rest gently in the background, while the mind returns its attention to the present moment. This practice also builds trust in life itself. The mind slowly learns that not knowing everything right now is not a threat. Many people believe that certainty is necessary for peace, but the Stoics understood that peace often grows from acceptance. Accepting that the future is partly unknown allows the mind to relax its constant effort to predict every outcome. Over time, this acceptance becomes a form of mental strength. When a difficult question appears, the mind no longer reacts with panic or endless analysis. Instead, it responds with quiet patience. It acknowledges that the question exists, but it does not force an answer before its time. This patience creates space inside the mind. Without the pressure to solve everything immediately, thoughts begin to slow naturally. The mind becomes less restless because it is no longer chasing solutions that cannot yet be found. Many answers appear later when the mind stops searching so aggressively. Clarity often arrives during calm moments, when the mind is relaxed and open rather than tense and demanding. This is one of the great paradoxes of mental clarity. The harder the mind tries to force answers, the more distant they often become. But when the mind allows questions to rest quietly, understanding often appears on its own. As this Stoic discipline grows stronger, overthinking begins to lose one of its main sources of energy. The mind no longer feels responsible for solving every uncertainty tonight. It becomes comfortable carrying a few unanswered questions without discomfort, and within that acceptance, a deeper peace slowly settles in. The mind realizes that it does not need every answer in order to be calm. Sometimes it only needs the patience to let life reveal those answers in its own time. As the mind becomes more comfortable allowing questions to remain unanswered, another quiet observation begins to emerge. Many of the thoughts that once felt mysterious or troubling were never new problems at all. They were simply leftovers from the day. Small fragments of conversations, emotions, and experiences returning briefly to the surface. When this becomes clear, the mind begins to relax even more, because it realizes that not every thought is a message that must be understood. A gentle awareness begins to grow when the mind watches itself carefully at night. During quiet moments, thoughts often begin replaying pieces of the day. A conversation returns unexpectedly. A small moment at work appears again. A sentence someone said earlier echoes in memory. Sometimes even tiny details that seemed unimportant during the day suddenly come back into focus. This is not unusual. It is simply the mind doing what it naturally does. The brain spends the day collecting impressions from everything it sees, hears, and feels. Every interaction leaves a small trace. Every experience creates a mental imprint. Most of these impressions pass quickly, but some remain quietly stored in memory. When the world becomes quiet and external distractions fade, the mind begins sorting through these stored impressions. This process often happens when a person is resting, lying down, or preparing to sleep. The mind begins replaying fragments of earlier events, not because something is wrong, but because it is organizing and processing the day's experiences. Yet when a person does not understand this process, the mind can become confused by it. A simple memory appears, and the mind immediately starts analyzing it. Why did that moment happen? Did something go wrong? Did someone misunderstand me? Could I have done something differently? What begins as a harmless replay becomes a long chain of analysis. Overthinking often grows from this misunderstanding. The mind assumes that every returning thought must carry a deeper meaning, but many thoughts are simply echoes. They are the mind's way of reviewing the day, much like a person flipping through pages of a book they have already read. The Stoics had a clear awareness of how impressions work. They believed that the mind naturally collects images and experiences throughout the day. These impressions do not disappear instantly. They move through memory, sometimes returning briefly before fading away. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that many mental disturbances come from misinterpreting these impressions. A memory may appear strongly, but that does not mean it demands emotional reaction. It may simply be the mind replaying something it noticed earlier. Understanding this creates a powerful shift. When a memory appears at night, the mind no longer treats it like a problem that must be solved. Instead, it recognizes the familiar pattern. The mind is simply reviewing the day. A conversation may replay, but that does not mean something went wrong. A small mistake may appear again, but that does not mean it must be analyzed endlessly. The mind is simply sorting through impressions. This awareness removes a great deal of unnecessary tension. Instead of reacting to every replayed memory, the mind can observe it calmly. It notices the memory as it passes through awareness and allows it to continue moving. Just as echoes fade naturally in a quiet room, these mental impressions fade when they are not held tightly. This understanding also encourages gentleness toward the mind. Many people become frustrated when their thoughts replay events from earlier in the day. They believe something is wrong with their mind for doing this, but the mind is simply performing one of its natural functions. It reviews, processes, and organizes experience. When a person stops resisting this process, the mind becomes calmer. Memories may still appear briefly, but they no longer trigger long chains of overthinking. The mind recognizes that these thoughts are temporary reflections rather than urgent signals. Over time, this recognition creates a more relaxed relationship with memory. The mind no longer treats every replayed moment as something that must be judged or corrected. Instead, it allows the impressions to pass through naturally. This simple shift reduces a large amount of unnecessary mental noise. Thoughts that once seemed heavy become lighter because they are no longer treated as problems. They are simply echoes of earlier moments moving through awareness. And as this understanding deepens, the mind begins to settle into a quieter rhythm. The replay of daily impressions continues for a while, but without analysis or resistance, the echoes gradually soften. The mind slowly completes its quiet work of sorting the day. And when the echoes fade, what remains is a deeper stillness that had been waiting patiently beneath the surface all along. As the mind begins to understand that many thoughts are simply echoes from earlier experiences, another helpful insight starts to appear. The problem was rarely the appearance of the thought itself. The real problem was how long the thought was allowed to stay. Some thoughts arrive quietly and disappear within seconds. Others remain for long stretches of time because the mind keeps giving them attention. When this pattern becomes clear, a new possibility opens. The mind can begin learning how to shorten the lifespan of its thoughts. A simple but powerful truth emerges when someone watches the movement of their own mind. Thoughts naturally appear and disappear all the time. The brain is constantly producing ideas, images, and questions, just as the lungs constantly breathe. Most of these thoughts pass through awareness quickly without causing any disturbance. But certain thoughts last much longer, and those are the ones that often create overthinking. The reason they last longer is not because they are stronger by nature. They last longer because the mind continues feeding them. When a thought appears, attention moves toward it almost automatically. The mind begins analyzing it, questioning it, or reacting emotionally to it. Each reaction adds more energy to the thought. It is like adding small pieces of wood to a fire. The more attention the thought receives, the longer it continues burning in the mind. This is why some worries feel endless. The thought itself may have started as a brief idea, but the mind keeps returning to it again and again. Each return strengthens the thought's presence. What could have lasted only a few seconds turns into a cycle that lasts for hours. The Stoics practiced a technique that quietly interrupted this cycle. Instead of feeding the thought with attention, they allowed it to dissolve naturally. They understood that most thoughts lose strength when they are not repeatedly examined. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that impressions only have power when the mind continues interacting with them. When a troubling thought appeared, he would step back and observe it without adding new judgments or interpretations. Without those additions, the thought began to fade on its own. This approach works because the mind has limited attention. When attention is removed from a thought, the thought gradually loses its energy. It is similar to a sound that fades when no one listens closely. The sound may still exist for a moment, but without attention it quickly becomes quieter and eventually disappears. The practice of shortening the lifespan of thoughts begins with simple awareness. When a thought appears, the mind notices it but does not immediately engage with it. There is no effort to analyze it or argue with it. The thought is simply recognized as a mental event passing through awareness. Without additional reactions, the thought begins to lose its intensity. At first, this may feel unfamiliar. The mind has spent years building the habit of engaging every thought that appears. When a thought is ignored or left alone, the mind may briefly try to pull attention back toward it. But with patience, this habit begins to weaken. The thought may appear again, but each time the mind responds in the same calm way. It notices the thought and allows it to exist without feeding it. Over time, the thought begins appearing less frequently because it no longer receives the attention that once sustained it. This practice does not require forcing thoughts away. Forcing often creates resistance, which can strengthen the thought even more. Instead, the mind simply withdraws the extra attention it was giving. A helpful way to understand this is to think of thoughts like passing guests. Some guests arrive quietly and leave quickly. Others stay longer because they are constantly invited to continue the conversation. When the conversation ends, the guest eventually leaves on their own. Thoughts behave in the same way. When the mind stops continuing the conversation, the thought naturally moves on. This realization removes much of the frustration people feel about overthinking. Many people believe that the goal is to eliminate thoughts completely, but that is not necessary. The goal is simply to stop extending their stay. When a thought is allowed to pass without interference, the mind becomes calmer because fewer thoughts remain active at the same time. The mental space that once felt crowded begins to open. Over time, this creates a quieter mental rhythm. Thoughts continue to appear, but they move through awareness more quickly. The mind no longer holds onto them long enough for them to grow into large mental storms. Instead of long chains of analysis, there are shorter moments of observation. And within those shorter moments, the mind begins discovering something unexpected. When thoughts dissolve naturally, instead of being fed with attention, a quiet stillness begins to appear in the spaces between them. That stillness was always present, waiting beneath the constant movement of the mind. As thoughts begin to lose their long grip on attention, the mind slowly becomes quieter. Thoughts appear and dissolve more naturally, and the inner space feels less crowded. Yet, there is another subtle habit that often keeps overthinking alive even when thoughts themselves begin to fade. It is the habit of turning emotions into stories. A feeling appears, and almost immediately the mind begins explaining it, expanding it, and building a narrative around it. A small emotional shift can easily become something much larger in the mind. A moment of sadness appears, and the mind begins asking questions. Why am I feeling this way? Did something go wrong today? Is this a sign that something deeper is wrong? A brief feeling that might have lasted a few minutes suddenly becomes the center of attention. The mind begins constructing explanations and connecting the feeling to memories, worries, or future possibilities. Without realizing it, the mind begins writing a story around the emotion. This story can grow quickly. A short moment of frustration becomes a larger narrative about unfair situations. A small wave of anxiety becomes a prediction about future problems. A feeling of loneliness becomes a story about being misunderstood or disconnected. the mind takes a passing emotional state and turns it into something that feels permanent. The Stoics recognized this pattern and practiced a different approach. They understood that emotions are natural responses that move through the mind and body like changing weather. But the suffering people often feel does not come only from the emotion itself. It comes from the meaning the mind attaches to it. When a feeling appears, the mind begins interpreting it. It creates explanations about why the feeling exists and what it might mean about life. The mind turns the emotion into a narrative that stretches into the past or the future. But emotions do not always need interpretation. A feeling can simply exist for a moment without being turned into a story. Just as a wave rises and falls in the ocean, emotions often rise and fall naturally when they are not expanded through analysis. Marcus Aurelius practiced this form of emotional discipline by observing his reactions carefully. When he noticed an emotional response appearing, he reminded himself that the feeling itself was only a temporary movement within the mind. The problem began when the mind started attaching judgments and explanations to that feeling. For example, a brief moment of irritation may appear after a difficult conversation. If the mind leaves the emotion alone, it may fade quickly. But if the mind begins constructing a narrative about how unfair the situation was or what the other person meant, the irritation grows stronger. The mind keeps returning to the story it created. Over time, the emotion becomes much larger than the original feeling. The Stoic practice of refusing to build stories around emotions gently interrupts this process. When a feeling appears, the mind simply notices it without trying to explain it immediately. The emotion is allowed to exist as a passing experience rather than a signal that something must be analyzed. A moment of sadness may appear quietly, but instead of turning it into a long reflection about the past, the mind simply acknowledges the feeling. It notices the sensation and allows it to move through awareness. This practice creates a surprising sense of freedom. Emotions still appear because they are part of human experience, but they no longer become long emotional journeys fueled by interpretation. The mind begins realizing that feelings do not always require explanation. Some emotions arise from physical tiredness. Others come from subtle changes in mood or energy. Some appear simply because the mind is processing the events of the day. Not every feeling carries a deeper meaning that must be understood. When the mind stops building narratives around emotions, feelings move more freely. They appear, exist briefly, and then dissolve. The emotional landscape becomes calmer because fewer stories are extending those feelings beyond their natural lifespan. This approach also builds emotional resilience. Instead of reacting strongly to every emotional shift, the mind develops a steady awareness. It recognizes that feelings are temporary experiences rather than permanent states. Gradually, the mind stops identifying itself with every emotion that appears. A moment of anxiety does not mean life is unstable. A moment of sadness does not mean something is wrong. These are simply passing movements within the mind. And when emotions are allowed to move naturally without being turned into stories, they often dissolve more quickly than expected. In this quiet space where emotions are no longer expanded through narrative, the mind begins to discover a deeper stability. Feelings come and go, but the awareness observing them remains calm and steady. And within that steady awareness, the mind slowly learns that peace does not come from controlling emotions, but from allowing them to pass without turning them into stories. As the mind begins to release the habit of building stories around every emotion, a deeper pattern slowly becomes visible. Many of the thoughts that once felt overwhelming were not powerful by nature. They only became powerful because the mind kept focusing on them. The more attention a thought receives, the louder it seems to become. This realization quietly reveals another important Stoic insight about the mind. A curious thing happens when the mind pays close attention to a thought. The thought begins to grow stronger. It becomes clearer, louder, and more persistent. Even a small idea can become dominant if the mind continues focusing on it. What began as a passing thought slowly turns into the center of awareness. This is one of the hidden engines behind overthinking. The mind often believes that focusing on a troubling thought will help solve it. It tries to analyze the idea carefully, looking for clarity or control. But attention does not always solve the thought. Sometimes it strengthens it. When the mind repeatedly returns to the same idea, it gives that idea more space in awareness. The thought begins appearing again and again, not because it is important, but because the mind keeps shining its attention on it. The Stoics understood that attention acts like fuel for mental activity. What the mind focuses on tends to grow stronger. What the mind ignores tends to fade. Marcus Aurelius often practiced redirecting his attention away from thoughts that created unnecessary disturbance. He recognized that dwelling on certain ideas only magnified their presence. Instead of feeding them with attention, he gently shifted his awareness towards something calmer or more useful. This simple change can transform the experience of overthinking. When a troubling thought appears, the natural instinct is to examine it closely. The mind begins asking questions, replaying details, and imagining outcomes. Each moment of focus adds more energy to the thought. Soon the thought becomes louder and more demanding. But when attention moves away from it, the thought begins losing strength. This does not mean forcing the thought out of awareness. Force often makes the mind resist, which can strengthen the thought even more. Instead, the mind gently loosens its focus and allows attention to rest elsewhere. It might return to the sensation of breathing. It might notice the quiet of the room. It might simply observe the space around the thought without examining it directly. Without focused attention feeding it, the thought slowly weakens. This principle appears everywhere in the mind. If a person constantly focuses on worries, those worries begin appearing more frequently. If the mind repeatedly focuses on past mistakes, those memories grow heavier. Attention acts like a spotlight that makes certain thoughts brighter while leaving others in the background. Understanding this gives the mind a new sense of choice. Instead of feeling controlled by thoughts, the mind begins deciding where attention should rest. It realizes that focusing on every troubling thought is not required. Attention can move freely. When attention moves away from unnecessary thoughts, something interesting happens. The mental noise begins to soften. Thoughts that once felt overwhelming begin fading because they are no longer receiving the energy that sustained them. This does not mean the mind becomes completely empty. Thoughts still appear naturally as the brain processes experience, but they do not dominate awareness in the same way. Instead of a crowded mental room where every voice demands attention, the mind becomes quieter and more spacious. The Stoics practiced this awareness because they understood that peace often depends on where attention is placed. If attention constantly moves toward fears and doubts, the mind becomes filled with those experiences. But if attention rests more often on the present moment, the mind becomes calmer. Over time, this practice strengthens mental clarity. The mind learns that attention is one of its most powerful tools. It can either feed the thoughts that create noise or rest in the quiet spaces between them. When this becomes clear, overthinking begins to lose much of its force. The mind stops shining its attention on every troubling idea. Instead, it allows many thoughts to pass quietly in the background. And in the absence of constant attention, the noise that once filled the mind slowly begins to fade. What remains is a quieter awareness, steady and calm, where thoughts still appear but no longer control the direction of the mind. As the mind begins to understand that attention strengthens whatever it rests upon, another important possibility slowly becomes clear. If attention can feed mental noise, it can also guide the mind toward calm. Where attention goes, the mind follows. When attention stays trapped in endless thoughts, the mind becomes restless. But when attention returns to something simple and steady, the mind begins to settle. This is where another quiet Stoic discipline appears. Instead of chasing thoughts or trying to silence them by force, the mind gently shifts its focus to something that always exists in the present moment: the body. A small but powerful change begins when awareness moves away from the noise of thinking and returns to simple physical sensations. The feeling of the breath moving in and out, the weight of the body resting where it sits or lies, the natural rhythm of the chest rising and falling. These sensations are always available, yet the mind often forgets them because it is so busy living inside thoughts. Overthinking pulls attention into the past and the future. The mind replays conversations that already happened or predicts situations that have not yet arrived. It travels far away from the present moment, sometimes without realizing it. When this happens, the mind becomes unstable because it is constantly chasing places that do not exist right now. But the body never leaves the present. The breath always moves here, in this moment. The posture of the body exists here. The feeling of the ground beneath the feet or the surface supporting the back remains steady. These sensations quietly anchor awareness in the present reality rather than the imagined world of thoughts. The Stoics often practiced returning to the body as a way of restoring inner balance. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to step back from mental noise and reconnect with the simple experience of being alive in the present moment. For him, this meant observing the breath, noticing the position of the body, and becoming aware of the physical world around him. This practice may appear simple, but its effects are profound. When attention rests on breathing, something interesting happens. The mind begins to slow down because the breath moves at a calm and steady rhythm. Instead of jumping from thought to thought, awareness follows the gentle movement of air entering and leaving the body. This steady pattern creates a sense of stability that thoughts often lack. The body also sends quiet signals of relaxation to the mind. When attention returns to posture, the shoulders may soften, the jaw may loosen, and the muscles may release tension that had been held without awareness. As the body relaxes, the mind begins to mirror that calmness. Overthinking often keeps the body tense without a person even noticing it. The mind may be racing through thoughts while the body holds tightness in the neck, chest, or stomach. Returning attention to the body helps reveal this tension and allows it to soften naturally. This shift changes the entire mental atmosphere. Instead of living entirely inside thought, the mind reconnects with direct experience. The sensation of breathing becomes a gentle anchor that keeps awareness from drifting too far into mental noise. Even when thoughts appear, attention can return to the breath again and again. The practice does not require eliminating thoughts. Thoughts will continue appearing because that is part of how the brain functions. But when attention rests on simple sensations, thoughts no longer dominate awareness. They become background movement rather than the center of experience. Over time, this discipline strengthens the mind's ability to return to calm whenever mental noise begins to grow. A person who practices this regularly begins to notice the early signs of overthinking. The mind starts racing, the body tightens slightly, and attention becomes trapped in repeating ideas. Instead of following the thoughts deeper into analysis, the mind gently shifts attention back to breathing. The breath becomes a quiet reminder that the present moment is still stable. With each slow breath, the mind begins to release the urgency that overthinking creates. Awareness becomes clearer because it is no longer scattered across dozens of thoughts. Instead, it rests in a simple and steady rhythm. This return to physical sensation gradually builds a deeper connection between mind and body. The person becomes more aware of their inner state and more capable of calming it without struggle. In this way, the Stoic discipline of returning attention to the body becomes a powerful anchor. Whenever the mind begins drifting into storms of thought, awareness can return to something simple and real. The breath continues moving, the body continues resting here, and within that simple awareness, the mind begins to rediscover a quiet stability that had always been available, waiting beneath the noise of thought. As attention becomes steadier through the simple rhythm of breathing and awareness of the body, the mind slowly begins to quiet. Thoughts still appear, but they move more gently across awareness. Yet another pattern begins to reveal itself when the mind watches closely. Many of the thoughts that create restlessness are not about the present moment at all. They are predictions about the future. The mind quietly tries to rehearse what might happen tomorrow, next week, or years from now. A subtle habit begins to appear once the mind observes itself carefully. The mind loves to simulate the future. It runs through imagined conversations. It prepares responses for situations that have not yet occurred. It predicts outcomes, sometimes hopeful and sometimes fearful. This rehearsal feels useful because the mind believes it is preparing for life. But when this habit becomes constant, it turns into another form of overthinking. A future scenario appears in the mind, and the imagination begins expanding it. A meeting tomorrow becomes a long series of imagined conversations. A decision that must be made later becomes dozens of possible outcomes. The mind tries to calculate every possibility so that nothing unexpected can happen. But the future rarely unfolds the way the mind predicts. Most imagined scenarios never occur. Conversations rarely follow the exact path the mind rehearses. Situations change in ways that cannot be fully anticipated. Yet the mind continues rehearsing these possibilities, believing that enough preparation will create certainty. The Stoics recognized this habit and practiced interrupting it. They understood that thinking about the future occasionally can be helpful, but endless prediction often creates unnecessary anxiety. When the mind constantly rehearses the future, it lives in a world that does not exist yet. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the present moment is the only place where action can occur. The future remains uncertain until it arrives. No amount of mental rehearsal can completely control how events will unfold. When the mind learns this, it begins to interrupt the endless stream of predictions. The interruption does not come through force. It comes through awareness. When the mind notices that it has begun constructing future scenarios, it gently pauses. It recognizes the familiar pattern of imagining possibilities that may never occur. Instead of continuing the mental rehearsal, attention returns to the present moment. The mind may return to the breath again. It may notice the feeling of the body resting or the quiet environment around it. These simple sensations anchor awareness in what is actually happening rather than in imagined possibilities. This shift gradually weakens the habit of constant prediction. The mind begins realizing that it does not need to rehearse every possible situation in order to handle life effectively. Human beings have the ability to respond to events when they actually occur. Most of the skills needed to face the future already exist within the present self. When the mind stops rehearsing every possible scenario, it frees itself from a great deal of unnecessary tension. Future worries often feel urgent because the mind treats imagined events as if they were already happening. The body reacts to these imagined situations with stress and concern. But when the mind recognizes that these scenarios are only predictions, the emotional reaction begins to soften. The future remains unknown, but it no longer feels threatening. The Stoics developed a quiet confidence in their ability to meet whatever the future might bring. Instead of trying to control every possible outcome through thought, they focused on strengthening their character and judgment in the present moment. They trusted that when the future arrived, they would respond with the wisdom they had cultivated. This trust allowed them to interrupt endless predictions. The mind no longer felt responsible for rehearsing every situation in advance. It understood that life unfolds one moment at a time, and each moment can be met with clarity when it actually appears. Over time, this practice creates a calmer relationship with the future. The mind still plans when planning is necessary. It still considers possibilities when decisions must be made. But it no longer spends long hours mentally rehearsing situations that may never happen. Instead of living inside imagined tomorrows, the mind becomes more present in the quiet reality of now. In that present space, the breath continues steadily. The body remains grounded. The mind becomes clearer because it is no longer scattered across dozens of imagined futures. And with each interruption of these endless predictions, overthinking slowly loses another one of its strongest habits. The future will arrive when it arrives. Until then, the mind is free to rest in the moment that is already here. As the mind learns to interrupt its habit of constantly predicting the future, another quiet discovery begins to take shape. Many of the worries that once filled the mind were built from imagined possibilities rather than real events. The mind had been reacting to situations that had not happened and might never happen at all. When this becomes clear, a deeper calm begins to appear, because the mind starts recognizing how often its fears are only hypothetical. A simple observation begins to surface when the mind reflects honestly on past worries. Many times the mind predicted problems that never appeared. It imagined awkward conversations that never occurred. It worried about outcomes that quietly resolved themselves. Yet in the moment, those worries felt completely real. The mind reacted to them as if danger were already present. This is one of the most common habits of overthinking. The mind creates a picture of the future and treats that picture as if it were reality. A thought appears suggesting that something might go wrong, and the mind immediately begins reacting. It analyzes the possibility, imagines consequences, and prepares for an outcome that may never arrive. The Stoics were very aware of this tendency. They understood that the mind often confuses imagination with truth. When a troubling thought appears, the mind fills in the details, creating a vivid image of what might happen. The body then reacts emotionally to this imagined scenario, even though nothing has actually occurred. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the ability to examine these impressions carefully before accepting them. When a fear appeared, he would pause and ask whether the fear was based on something happening right now or whether it was only an imagined possibility. This simple question often revealed that the worry was hypothetical. Many mental fears are built from possibilities rather than facts. The mind imagines rejection before it happens. It predicts failure before the attempt is made. It worries about losing something long before any sign of loss appears. These imagined futures create emotional tension, even though the present moment remains safe and stable. Understanding this begins to change how the mind responds to worry. Instead of reacting immediately, the mind begins to examine the thought with calm curiosity. A worrying idea appears, and the mind gently asks whether the situation is actually happening right now. Most of the time, the answer is no. The mind realizes it is reacting to a possibility rather than to reality. When this becomes clear, the emotional pressure begins to loosen. The Stoics practiced grounding themselves in the present moment for this reason. They understood that many worries dissolve when the mind returns its attention to what is actually happening now. The breath continues moving calmly. The body remains safe. The surrounding environment is quiet and steady. The imagined problem exists only inside thought. Over time, this awareness creates a more balanced relationship with fear. The mind no longer treats every possibility as a certainty. It recognizes that the future contains many possible paths, not just the negative ones the mind tends to imagine. In fact, most feared outcomes never occur exactly as imagined. Sometimes events turn out better than expected. Sometimes problems resolve in ways that were never predicted. Sometimes situations that once seemed frightening become small once they finally arrive. The mind's predictions often exaggerate the difficulty of the future. When the mind remembers this, it becomes less willing to feed every worry. A thought suggesting that something bad might happen is recognized as only one possible scenario among many. Instead of reacting with urgency, the mind allows the thought to exist without believing it completely. This does not mean ignoring genuine challenges. Some situations in life require careful attention and thoughtful preparation. But many worries appear long before there is any real reason for concern. These hypothetical fears drain mental energy without improving the future. The Stoic approach encourages patience in the face of uncertainty. When a worrying thought appears, the mind gently steps back and observes it. It recognizes that the thought represents a possibility rather than a fact. The mind no longer rushes to treat the fear as reality. This creates a sense of emotional space. The mind begins to notice that most imagined fears remain only in the imagination. They rise briefly, create a moment of tension, and then fade when they are not fed with attention. Gradually, the mind develops greater trust in the unfolding of life. It realizes that the future cannot be fully predicted through worry. Whatever happens will be met when it arrives. And until that moment comes, the present remains calm and manageable. With this insight, the endless stream of hypothetical fears begins to quiet. The mind stops reacting to every imagined danger and returns its attention to the steady rhythm of the moment that is actually unfolding. And within that steady awareness, many worries lose their power simply because they were never real to begin with. As the mind begins to see that many worries are only hypothetical, another quiet ability starts to develop. Thoughts still appear, just as they always have, but they no longer carry the same authority. A person begins to notice something important about the nature of thinking itself. Every thought that appears eventually disappears. No matter how strong a thought feels in the moment, it does not stay forever. This simple observation leads to another Stoic habit that gently loosens the grip of overthinking. A powerful shift happens when the mind begins treating thoughts as temporary events rather than permanent truths. Most people experience a thought and immediately believe it reflects reality. A worry appears and the mind assumes something bad must be coming. A memory returns and the mind assumes it must keep analyzing it. Because the thought feels strong, it seems permanent and important. But thoughts rarely stay as long as they appear to. When the mind pauses and observes carefully, it begins to notice the natural rhythm of thinking. A thought rises into awareness, remains for a moment, and then fades away. Another thought follows, and then another. The mind constantly changes, moving from one idea to the next. Even thoughts that feel intense eventually weaken and disappear. The Stoics trained themselves to remember this whenever difficult thoughts appeared. When a troubling idea entered the mind, they would quietly remind themselves that this thought was temporary. It was not something that would last forever. It was simply a passing impression moving through awareness. Marcus Aurelius practiced this kind of mental distancing often. When negative thoughts appeared, he would step back and observe them rather than becoming absorbed in them. By recognizing that the thought was temporary, he prevented it from becoming a permanent source of disturbance. This small mental label creates a surprising amount of freedom. When a person mentally recognizes a thought as temporary, it immediately loses some of its power. The thought may still exist for a moment, but it is no longer treated as something that must dominate attention. Instead, it becomes similar to a cloud passing through the sky. The sky itself remains unchanged. For example, a worrying thought about the future might suddenly appear late at night. Normally, the mind might begin analyzing the thought, imagining possible problems, and searching for solutions. But when the mind labels the thought as temporary, the reaction changes. The mind notices the thought and quietly reminds itself that this is only a passing mental event. The thought is not permanent. It will fade. This understanding creates distance between the observer and the thought. Instead of being pulled into the thought's story, the mind simply watches it move through awareness. The thought may linger briefly, but without constant attention, it eventually dissolves. This habit also helps with emotional thoughts. Sometimes a feeling of frustration or sadness appears along with certain thoughts. The mind often assumes that these feelings will remain for a long time. But emotions, like thoughts, also move in cycles. They rise, peak, and eventually soften. When the mind remembers that both thoughts and emotions are temporary, it becomes more patient with them. The Stoics believed that inner peace grows when a person refuses to treat passing mental events as permanent realities. They understood that the mind sometimes exaggerates the importance of a thought simply because it is present in that moment. But presence does not mean permanence. A thought that feels powerful now may disappear within minutes if it is not constantly revisited. The mind's tendency to replay the thought is often what extends its life. When the mind labels the thought as temporary, it becomes less interested in repeating it. Over time, this creates a calmer mental landscape. Thoughts still move through awareness, but they no longer feel overwhelming. The mind becomes more like a quiet observer watching a river flow. Each thought is like a leaf floating past on the water. Some move slowly, others quickly, but none remain forever. This perspective gently breaks the cycle of overthinking. The mind stops believing that every thought demands long attention. Instead, it understands that many thoughts simply need a little time to pass. The person begins to trust the natural movement of the mind. Just as the weather changes and seasons shift, thoughts come and go throughout the day. No single thought defines the entire landscape of the mind. Each one is only a temporary visitor. And with this quiet reminder, the mind becomes more relaxed. When a troubling thought appears, it is no longer treated as a lasting problem. It is simply noticed, labeled as temporary, and allowed to move along. Gradually, the mind discovers that many of the thoughts that once felt so heavy were never meant to stay at all. As the mind becomes more comfortable labeling thoughts as temporary, another quiet shift begins to take place. Thoughts continue to appear, but the mind no longer feels pulled into every one of them. A small distance begins to form between the observer and the thought itself. In that space, a new ability slowly grows. Instead of participating in every thought that appears, the mind learns how to simply watch. A powerful transformation begins when the mind stops seeing itself as the thoughts it produces. For most of life, people experience thoughts as if they are part of their identity. When a thought appears, the mind immediately reacts as if the thought belongs to it. A worry feels like a personal problem. A doubt feels like a statement about who a person is. Because of this, the mind jumps directly into the thought and begins interacting with it. But the Stoics practiced something different. They learned to observe thoughts from a distance, almost the way a person watches movement in the distance without becoming involved. Instead of reacting immediately, they paused and simply noticed what the mind was doing. This practice changes everything. When a person begins watching thoughts rather than joining them, the relationship with thinking becomes calmer. A thought appears, and instead of following it, the mind simply notices that a thought has appeared. It does not immediately analyze it, argue with it, or expand it. It observes the thought the same way it might observe a cloud drifting across the sky. This creates what can be called an inner witness. The inner witness is the quiet awareness that notices thoughts without becoming entangled in them. It is the part of the mind that can step back and see mental activity clearly. Instead of being lost inside the stream of thinking, awareness stands gently beside it. Marcus Aurelius practiced this kind of observation throughout his life. When disturbing thoughts appeared, he would remind himself that the mind has the ability to examine impressions calmly. Rather than letting the thought pull him into reaction, he would observe it carefully before deciding whether it deserved attention. This practice does not mean pushing thoughts away or trying to silence them. Thoughts continue to appear naturally, just as waves continue to rise and fall in the ocean. But instead of being swept away by each wave, the mind watches the movement from the shore. Over time, this creates a remarkable sense of stability. Thoughts that once felt overwhelming begin to lose their intensity when they are observed calmly. A worry may appear, but the mind notices it as simply another mental event. A memory may return, but the mind observes it without diving back into the story behind it. The observer remains steady while the thoughts continue moving. This steady awareness also reveals something important about the nature of thinking. Thoughts are not always under complete control. They arise automatically from memories, emotions, and experiences. The mind produces them constantly without needing permission. But while the mind cannot always stop thoughts from appearing, it can choose how closely to engage with them. When a thought is observed from a distance, it loses some of its ability to control attention. The mind sees it clearly as something passing through awareness rather than something that defines reality. This clarity reduces the urgency to react. Gradually, the mind becomes less reactive and more patient. A troubling thought may appear, but the observer simply notices it. There is no rush to solve it, explain it, or follow it. The thought moves through awareness like a passing sound. It exists briefly and then fades as another thought takes its place. The mind begins to experience longer spaces between reactions. These spaces feel quiet and open. Thoughts still exist, but they no longer dominate attention. The observer remains calm while mental activity continues in the background. This ability strengthens with practice. Each time the mind steps back and watches a thought instead of joining it, the inner witness becomes clearer. The mind learns that it does not have to participate in every thought it creates. Overthinking gradually loses its power because the mind is no longer chasing every idea that appears. Instead of being carried away by the current of thoughts, the observer stands quietly beside the river of the mind, watching it flow. And in that quiet watching, something deeper begins to emerge. Beneath the constant movement of thoughts, there is a steady awareness that remains calm and unchanged. The more the mind learns to observe rather than participate, the more this calm awareness becomes the center of experience. As the mind becomes more familiar with watching thoughts from a distance, another quiet realization begins to unfold. Thoughts are still appearing, but something about them feels different now. They no longer seem as personal as they once did. There is a growing awareness that the mind is constantly producing ideas on its own, often without intention or control. This realization opens the door to another Stoic method that softens the grip of overthinking even further. For most people, every thought feels deeply personal. When a thought appears, the mind quickly assumes ownership of it. If a negative idea shows up, the mind may believe that something is wrong with the person thinking it. If a strange or uncomfortable thought appears, it may feel embarrassing or troubling. The mind treats these thoughts as reflections of identity rather than as simple mental events. But when someone begins observing their mind carefully, something surprising becomes clear. Thoughts often arise automatically, much like breathing or blinking. They appear from memory, imagination, emotion, or simple mental habit. The brain is constantly generating associations between ideas. It pulls fragments from past experiences, images from memory, and impressions from earlier in the day. Many of these thoughts arrive without being invited. A memory might suddenly appear without warning. A random idea might surface while the mind is quiet. A strange question may drift through awareness for no clear reason. This happens because the brain naturally connects information in complex ways. It is constantly processing experience, even when a person is resting. The Stoics understood that impressions arise automatically within the mind. They believed that these impressions were not the same as deliberate judgments. A thought may appear in awareness, but that does not mean the person has chosen it or agrees with it. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that impressions come from many sources, and that wisdom lies in how a person responds to them. The mind may produce a thought, but the person observing that thought still has the freedom to accept it, question it, or simply allow it to pass. Recognizing this difference creates a powerful form of mental freedom. When a troubling thought appears, the mind no longer assumes that it represents something personal or meaningful about the self. Instead, it understands that the brain sometimes generates ideas automatically, just as it produces dreams during sleep or images during daydreams. This shift reduces the emotional weight attached to certain thoughts. For example, an anxious thought may appear suggesting that something could go wrong tomorrow. In the past, the mind might have taken this thought personally, believing it revealed something important about the future or about personal fears. But when the mind understands that thoughts are often automatic, the reaction changes. The thought is simply recognized as something the brain produced. This awareness removes the sense of personal responsibility for every thought that appears. The mind stops judging itself for having certain ideas. Instead, it becomes curious about the natural movement of thinking. Over time, this curiosity replaces self-criticism. The person observing the mind realizes that everyone experiences random, strange, or uncomfortable thoughts at times. These thoughts are part of the brain's natural activity. They do not define a person's character or intentions. What matters is not the appearance of the thought, but the response to it. When this becomes clear, the mind becomes more relaxed around its own thinking. It no longer feels the need to fight every negative thought or defend itself against every unusual idea. Thoughts are allowed to appear and disappear without being taken personally. This approach also reduces the habit of analyzing thoughts excessively. When a thought is not treated as something deeply personal, the mind becomes less interested in explaining it. The thought is simply noticed and allowed to move on. Without constant analysis, it fades naturally. Gradually, the mind becomes quieter because fewer thoughts are being held and examined. A sense of distance grows between the observer and the automatic activity of the brain. Thoughts continue to flow, but they no longer feel like commands or reflections of identity. Instead, they become more like background movement in the landscape of awareness. This understanding creates a gentle sense of freedom inside the mind. The person observing their thoughts realizes that they are not the same as every idea that passes through their awareness. Thoughts may come and go endlessly, but the quiet awareness observing them remains steady. And in that steady awareness, the mind begins to experience a deeper form of peace. The endless stream of thinking continues, but it is no longer taken personally. It is simply the natural activity of a mind doing what it was designed to do. As the mind begins to understand that thoughts arise automatically and do not always belong personally to the observer, another deeper pattern slowly becomes visible. Many of the thoughts that once created pressure were actually part of a constant search for certainty. The mind wanted clear answers, perfect understanding, and complete control over what might happen next. But as awareness grows quieter, the mind begins to recognize something important. Life rarely offers perfect certainty, and the search for it often creates more tension than peace. A subtle habit exists within the mind that quietly fuels overthinking. Whenever a situation feels unclear, the mind begins searching for a definite answer. It wants to know exactly what will happen, exactly how others feel, and exactly whether a decision will lead to success or failure. When these answers do not appear quickly, the mind keeps searching. It replays conversations again and again, hoping to understand what someone meant. It examines decisions repeatedly, trying to confirm that the right choice was made. It looks toward the future, trying to predict how events will unfold. The mind believes that if it keeps thinking long enough, it will eventually remove every doubt. But life rarely provides that level of clarity. Many situations unfold with incomplete information. A person may not fully understand another person's thoughts. The future may contain possibilities that cannot yet be seen. Decisions must often be made before all outcomes are visible. The mind struggles with this uncertainty because it prefers clear answers. This struggle creates a cycle of endless analysis. The Stoics recognized that much of human distress comes from resisting uncertainty. They understood that the world operates through countless causes that no individual mind can fully understand. Because of this, perfect certainty is rarely possible. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind should focus on what can be done with the information available in the present moment. Instead of demanding complete knowledge, he accepted that many aspects of life would remain partly unknown. This acceptance created a powerful form of calm. When the mind stops demanding perfect certainty, it releases a great deal of pressure. Instead of trying to solve every unknown variable, it becomes willing to move forward with partial understanding. Decisions are made using the best judgment available, while the rest of the outcome is allowed to unfold naturally. This shift changes the entire experience of thinking. The mind no longer circles endlessly around the same question, searching for an answer that may not exist yet. It recognizes that clarity often arrives gradually as life continues to unfold. Some answers appear tomorrow, others next week, and some may never be fully known. But uncertainty itself is not a problem. In fact, uncertainty is a natural part of being alive. Every human life unfolds through a mixture of knowledge and mystery. The Stoics believed that peace comes not from eliminating uncertainty, but from learning to live comfortably beside it. When this perspective settles into the mind, the endless search for perfect answers begins to slow down. A question may appear, but the mind no longer insists that it must be solved immediately. Instead, it allows the question to exist quietly while attention returns to the present moment. The breath continues moving, the body remains steady, and the world around remains real and immediate. Over time, the mind develops trust in its ability to navigate uncertainty. It realizes that human beings have always lived with incomplete information, yet life continues to move forward successfully. People learn, adapt, and respond as events unfold. The mind does not need perfect certainty in order to function wisely. This realization removes a great deal of unnecessary mental effort. The mind stops chasing impossible clarity and begins focusing on what can actually be done in the present. Energy that was once spent analyzing unknown outcomes becomes available for calm awareness and thoughtful action. A quiet confidence begins to grow in this space. Instead of fearing uncertainty, the mind becomes more patient with it. It understands that not knowing everything is simply part of the human experience. The future will reveal itself step by step, and each step can be met with attention and care. And as the mind releases its demand for perfect certainty, overthinking gradually loses one of its strongest sources of fuel. The endless search for answers slows down, replaced by a steady acceptance of life as it truly unfolds. With that acceptance comes a deeper sense of peace, because the mind no longer fights the natural mystery of the world. It simply learns to move forward within it. As the mind begins to release its demand for perfect certainty, another deeper layer of understanding slowly begins to reveal itself. Many of the thoughts that once felt like logical problem-solving were not truly about logic at all. Beneath the endless analysis, there was often something quieter and more emotional driving the process. When the mind observes carefully, it begins to notice that overthinking is rarely just thinking. Very often, it is fear wearing the disguise of analysis. A subtle pattern appears when someone reflects honestly on moments of heavy overthinking. The mind begins analyzing situations again and again, but underneath the analysis, there is usually an emotional concern, a fear of making the wrong decision, a fear of being misunderstood, a fear of losing something important, a fear of the unknown future. The mind tries to solve these fears by thinking harder. It believes that if it analyzes every possibility carefully enough, it can protect itself from pain or disappointment. It begins searching for hidden risks in every situation. It studies conversations, examines decisions, and predicts outcomes. The mind behaves like a guard trying to prevent something bad from happening. But fear rarely disappears through analysis alone. In fact, fear often becomes stronger when the mind keeps returning to the same concerns. Each cycle of analysis reminds the mind of the possible danger it is trying to avoid. Instead of calming the mind, the analysis quietly keeps the fear alive. The Stoics understood this emotional root of overthinking. They recognized that many troubling thoughts are not purely intellectual questions. They are emotional reactions to uncertainty, loss, or imagined threats. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind tends to exaggerate danger when it becomes fearful. When the mind feels uncertain, it begins searching for ways to control what cannot be controlled. Endless thinking becomes a way of trying to create safety. But the Stoics practiced facing fear differently. Instead of feeding fear with constant analysis, they brought calm awareness to the emotion itself. When fear appeared, they observed it carefully. They acknowledged its presence without allowing it to control their thinking. This changed the relationship between fear and thought. Rather than letting fear drive endless analysis, the mind simply recognized that fear was present. It became aware of the emotional energy beneath the thoughts. This awareness alone often reduced the intensity of the fear. Fear loses some of its power when it is seen clearly. For example, a person might spend hours analyzing a decision about the future. The mind may believe it is simply trying to make the best choice, but when the mind looks deeper, it may discover that the analysis is actually being driven by a fear of making a mistake. Once this fear becomes visible, the mind no longer needs to hide behind endless thinking. Instead of continuing the analysis, the person can acknowledge the emotion directly. It becomes clear that the mind is trying to avoid uncertainty or possible disappointment. When this is understood, the analysis begins to slow. The mind no longer pretends that the problem is purely logical. This awareness allows a person to respond to fear with patience rather than endless thinking. Fear becomes something that can be observed calmly rather than something that must be solved immediately. The Stoics believed that fear is part of the human experience, but it does not need to control the mind's direction. When fear appears, it can simply be noticed. The person can remind themselves that uncertainty and difficulty are natural parts of life. By accepting this reality, the mind becomes more stable. Instead of trying to eliminate fear through constant analysis, the mind learns to coexist with uncertainty. It recognizes that many of the situations it fears may never happen. Even if challenges appear, the mind can respond to them when they arrive. Over time, this understanding reduces the urge to overthink. The mind becomes less interested in analyzing every possibility because it no longer feels driven by hidden fear. It becomes more comfortable allowing life to unfold without predicting every outcome. A quiet courage begins to replace the restless search for control. The mind understands that fear will sometimes appear, but it does not need to dominate attention. Thoughts may arise around uncertain situations, but they are no longer fueled by the same emotional urgency. Gradually, the mind becomes calmer because it recognizes the difference between thoughtful reflection and fear-driven analysis. And in that recognition, the endless cycle of overthinking begins to loosen. The the mind becomes more willing to rest, knowing that it does not need to solve every fear through thought alone. As the mind begins to recognize the role that fear often plays in overthinking, another familiar pattern slowly comes into view. Much of the mind's restless activity is not only about the future, but also about the past. Certain moments from earlier in the day return again and again, especially conversations with other people. Words spoken hours ago suddenly replay in the mind as if the moment were happening again. The mind begins analyzing what was said, what was meant, and what could have been said differently. This quiet habit becomes one of the most common sources of mental exhaustion. A conversation may end during the day, but the mind continues it long into the evening. A small detail becomes the center of attention. The mind begins asking questions. Did that sound wrong? Did they misunderstand me? Should I have responded differently? The same exchange gets replayed repeatedly as the mind searches for certainty. Often the mind is not actually trying to understand the conversation. It is trying to protect itself from the possibility of judgment or rejection. Social situations matter deeply to human beings, and the mind wants reassurance that everything went well. When that reassurance is missing, the mind tries to find it by analyzing the memory again and again. But the replay rarely brings the peace the mind is searching for. Instead, each replay strengthens the habit. The more the mind returns to the moment, the more vivid the memory becomes. New interpretations appear, new possibilities are imagined, and the conversation slowly transforms into something larger than it ever was in reality. The Stoics recognized that the past cannot be corrected through repeated mental review. Once a moment has passed, it exists only as memory. No amount of thinking can return to that moment and change the words that were spoken. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that dwelling on past events only distracts the mind from the present moment, where real action can take place. When the mind keeps revisiting what has already happened, it loses the ability to experience what is happening now. The Stoic practice encourages a different response when these memories appear. When a conversation begins replaying in the mind, the first step is simply to notice that the mind has returned to the past. Instead of following the memory deeper into analysis, awareness gently acknowledges what is happening. The mind is revisiting a moment that has already ended. This recognition alone begins to weaken the cycle. The memory may still appear for a moment, but the mind does not continue building questions around it. It simply allows the memory to pass through awareness, much like any other thought. Without additional analysis feeding it, the memory slowly fades. This practice also reminds the mind of an important truth about human interaction. Most people are far more focused on their own thoughts and experiences than on analyzing every detail of a conversation. What feels significant inside one mind may have barely registered in another. The mind often exaggerates the importance of small social moments. When this becomes clear, the need to replay conversations begins to soften. The mind realizes that the moment has already passed and that it cannot be reconstructed perfectly through thought. Instead of revisiting the conversation repeatedly, attention gently returns to the present moment. The breath continues moving. The body remains here. The quiet environment around the mind becomes noticeable again. The mind gradually settles because it is no longer trapped inside a memory. Over time, this practice creates a healthier relationship with past interactions. Conversations are allowed to end when they end. The mind stops carrying them forward into endless analysis. If a genuine lesson can be learned from a past moment, it may appear naturally with time. But most moments do not require repeated examination. The mind becomes lighter because it is no longer holding on to every word spoken during the day. Gradually, the mind learns that social interactions do not need to be perfect in order to move forward peacefully. Human communication is naturally imperfect, and small misunderstandings are part of everyday life. By releasing the need to mentally revisit every conversation, the mind frees itself from one of its most exhausting habits. Memories may still appear occasionally, but they no longer trigger endless replay. They pass through awareness like brief reflections rather than ongoing investigations. And as this cycle fades, the mind begins experiencing longer periods of quiet, where the past no longer pulls attention away from the calmness of the present moment. As the mind slowly releases the habit of replaying past conversations, another quiet pattern begins to appear. Much of the noise inside the mind is not coming from events themselves, but from the constant commentary the mind creates about those events. Every situation is followed by an explanation, a judgment, or an interpretation. The mind rarely allows an experience to simply exist. Instead, it immediately begins describing it, evaluating it, and building thoughts around it. This continuous commentary often goes unnoticed because it has been present for so long. Throughout the day, the mind quietly narrates everything that happens. A person walks into a room, and the mind begins interpreting the reactions of others. A small inconvenience appears, and the mind immediately labels it as annoying or unfair. A conversation takes place, and the mind begins analyzing every tone and expression. What could have been a simple moment becomes a long chain of thoughts. This habit turns ordinary experiences into mental stories. Instead of simply observing what is happening, the mind keeps adding layers of interpretation. A person may feel a slight discomfort, and the mind quickly turns it into a larger judgment about the entire situation. A simple mistake may occur, and the mind begins building a narrative about failure or embarrassment. The Stoics believed that much of human disturbance comes not from events themselves, but from the opinions formed about those events. When the mind constantly adds commentary, it increases the amount of mental activity taking place. The experience itself may last only a moment, but the commentary can continue long afterward. Marcus Aurelius practiced reducing this commentary in his daily reflections. When something happened that might normally trigger strong reactions, he reminded himself to see the event in its simplest form. Instead of adding emotional interpretation, he described the situation plainly. This simple approach quiets the mind. When an event occurs, the mind can notice it without immediately labeling it as good or bad. A delay happens during the day, but the mind does not turn it into a complaint. A disagreement appears in a conversation, but the mind does not immediately construct a long explanation about what it means. The event is simply observed as it is. This practice reduces the number of thoughts that follow each experience. Instead of creating a chain reaction of mental commentary, the mind allows the moment to pass without extending it through analysis. For example, a person might notice that someone responded briefly during a conversation. The mind often begins asking questions. Did they seem upset? Did I say something wrong? What did that tone mean? Each question adds more commentary and expands the moment into something larger. But when internal dialogue becomes simpler, the reaction changes. The mind notices the brief response and allows the moment to end there. No additional story is required. The mind returns to the present experience rather than continuing the analysis. This approach does not mean ignoring important situations. Some events do require thoughtful reflection and understanding, but many everyday experiences do not need long explanations. The mind often adds commentary simply out of habit. When this habit becomes quieter, mental noise begins to decrease naturally. Experiences move through the day without creating long chains of interpretation. The mind becomes calmer because fewer thoughts are being produced in response to each event. Over time, the person begins to feel more present in their own life. Instead of living inside a continuous stream of commentary, awareness becomes more direct. The person sees what is happening without immediately translating it into judgments or narratives. This direct awareness feels lighter and clearer. The Stoics practiced this simplicity because they understood that peace often grows from reducing unnecessary interpretation. When the mind stops explaining everything, many disturbances fade on their own. A situation appears, it is observed, and then it passes. Without additional commentary feeding it, the moment ends naturally. As this habit strengthens, the mind begins experiencing longer spaces between thoughts. The constant narration that once filled awareness becomes softer and less demanding. In those quiet spaces, the mind discovers something important. Life itself is often much simpler than the stories the mind creates about it. When internal dialogue becomes calmer and more direct, the mind is no longer overwhelmed by its own commentary. Instead, it becomes steady and clear, able to experience each moment without the extra weight of endless explanation. As the mind begins simplifying its internal dialogue, another deeper realization slowly rises into awareness. Much of the tension inside the mind was never caused by events themselves. It was created by the quiet resistance the mind builds against those events. The mind often argues with reality, wishing something had happened differently, hoping a moment would change, or refusing to accept what has already unfolded. When this resistance softens, something surprising begins to appear. Calmness does not need to be forced. It naturally emerges when the mind stops fighting what already exists. A subtle struggle takes place inside the mind more often than people realize. Something happens during the day, and almost instantly the mind begins reacting. It tells itself that the situation should not have happened. It replays the moment while wishing it had unfolded differently. The mind argues with what has already occurred. This argument quietly continues long after the moment has passed. A delay happens, and the mind insists it should not have happened. Someone behaves unexpectedly, and the mind insists they should have acted differently. A plan changes, and the mind begins resisting the change. The mind holds on to the belief that reality should match its expectations. But reality rarely adjusts itself to match those expectations. When the mind continues resisting what has already happened, tension begins to grow. The event itself may have lasted only a moment, but the mental resistance can continue for hours. The mind keeps repeating the same internal protest, hoping somehow that thinking about it enough will change the outcome. The Stoics recognized that this inner resistance is one of the main sources of mental disturbance. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that events unfold according to causes far larger than personal control. When something happens, it has already become part of reality. Arguing with it inside the mind does not change the event. It only extends the discomfort. Instead of resisting reality, the Stoics practiced accepting it as it appears. Acceptance does not mean approving of everything that happens. It simply means recognizing that what has occurred cannot be undone in the present moment. The mind stops insisting that reality should be different, and instead acknowledges the situation clearly. This shift releases a great deal of tension. When the mind stops arguing with reality, the inner conflict begins to dissolve. The mind no longer wastes energy fighting something that cannot be changed. Instead, it becomes free to decide how to respond moving forward. For example, if a mistake occurs during the day, the mind often begins replaying it while wishing it had not happened. The mind argues with the past, insisting the moment should have been different. But the past remains unchanged. When acceptance appears, the mind gently acknowledges the mistake and allows the moment to exist as part of the past. Instead of continuing the argument, the mind learns from the situation and moves forward. The same principle applies to unexpected situations. Plans sometimes change. People sometimes behave in ways that cannot be predicted. Circumstances unfold beyond personal control. When the mind resists these moments, frustration grows. But when the mind accepts that events are already part of reality, the resistance softens. This acceptance does not weaken a person. In fact, it strengthens clarity. When the mind stops arguing with what is already real, it can see the situation more clearly. Energy that was once spent resisting the moment becomes available for thoughtful action. The Stoics believed that calmness grows from aligning the mind with reality rather than resisting it. Life unfolds according to its own rhythm, influenced by countless causes that cannot be fully controlled. When the mind accepts this rhythm, it becomes steadier. Instead of reacting with frustration every time something unexpected happens, the mind remains grounded. It recognizes that life includes uncertainty, change, and imperfection. These elements are part of the natural order of events. Over time, this understanding creates a deeper sense of peace. The mind becomes less reactive because it no longer treats every unwanted event as something that must be fought internally. Situations are observed as they are, without the extra layer of resistance. This does not remove challenges from life, but it removes the additional suffering created by arguing with reality. Gradually, the mind becomes calmer because it is no longer struggling against what already exists. Events appear, unfold, and pass just as they always have, but the mind remains steady because it has stopped demanding that reality behave differently. In this quiet acceptance, calmness begins to emerge naturally, not because life has become perfectly controlled, but because the mind has stopped fighting the flow of events. Instead, it moves alongside reality with clarity, patience, and understanding. As the mind begins to stop arguing with reality, another quiet shift becomes possible. The mind starts noticing that many of the problems it carries are not always as large as they first appeared. Often, the weight of a problem does not come from the situation itself, but from the way the mind enlarges it through constant interpretation. When this habit is understood, a powerful Stoic skill begins to develop. The mind learns how to shrink problems back to their true size. A strange thing happens when the mind encounters difficulty. The moment something uncomfortable appears, the mind begins building a larger picture around it. A small inconvenience becomes a sign that the entire day is ruined. A brief disagreement becomes evidence that a relationship is failing. A minor mistake becomes proof of personal failure. The situation itself may be small, but the mind stretches it far beyond its real boundaries. This is one of the reasons overthinking feels so exhausting. The mind is not only experiencing the original event, it is also carrying the expanded story it has created around that event. One small moment becomes a long chain of imagined consequences, interpretations, and predictions. The Stoics trained themselves to interrupt this expansion. Marcus Aurelius practiced reducing events to their simplest form. When something seemed overwhelming, he would mentally strip away the dramatic interpretation surrounding it. Instead of describing the event through emotion or fear, he described it plainly. For example, if someone insulted him, he did not immediately turn the moment into a personal attack on his entire character. He would simply recognize that another person had spoken words, nothing more. This small shift changes the size of the problem. When the mind removes the added interpretation, the event often becomes much smaller than it first appeared. The mind realizes that much of the suffering came from perception rather than reality itself. Consider how easily the mind enlarges uncertainty. A person may send a message and not receive an immediate response. The mind quickly begins building explanations. Perhaps something is wrong. Perhaps the other person is upset. Perhaps a mistake was made. None of these possibilities are confirmed, yet the mind treats them as if they are already true. In this moment, the mind has turned a simple delay into a much larger problem. Hours of unnecessary thinking can grow from a situation that may have no real significance. The Stoic habit of mentally shrinking problems begins by separating facts from interpretation. The fact might simply be that a message has not yet been answered. Everything else is interpretation created by the mind. When the mind recognizes this difference, the situation returns to its original size. The same pattern appears with many everyday experiences. A person might make a small mistake during a task. Instead of seeing it as a normal part of learning, the mind expands the moment into a larger narrative about incompetence or embarrassment. The mistake grows far beyond its true scale, but when the mind pauses and looks at the event clearly, the truth becomes obvious. A mistake occurred, nothing more. The Stoics believed that clarity appears when the mind learns to observe situations without exaggeration. Life naturally includes problems, challenges, and unexpected moments, but the mind often multiplies their weight through interpretation. By shrinking problems back to their true size, the mind regains balance. This practice does not deny difficulties or pretend they do not exist. Instead, it removes the unnecessary mental layers that make situations feel heavier than they are. A delay becomes simply a delay. A mistake becomes simply a mistake. A disagreement becomes simply a difference of opinion.
When events are seen in this way, the mind becomes calmer because it is no longer carrying imagined consequences.
Over time, this habit creates a powerful form of mental stability. Situations that once felt overwhelming now appear manageable. The mind learns that many disturbances were created by perception rather than by reality itself. This realization quietly transforms the way challenges are experienced. Problems are still present in life, but they no longer expand endlessly inside the mind. The mind sees them clearly, responds when necessary, and then allows them to pass without continuing the mental enlargement. And in this clarity, the mind discovers something important. Many burdens disappear the moment they are returned to their true size. As the mind begins to shrink problems back to their real size, another pattern slowly becomes visible. Much of the mind's exhaustion has not come from what is happening in the present moment. It has come from the endless effort to predict what might happen next. The mind constantly tries to look ahead, building possible outcomes, rehearsing scenarios, and preparing for events that may never arrive. When this habit begins to soften, the mind discovers a quieter way of living. It learns that peace often begins when the need to predict everything is finally released. The human mind has a strong desire to control the future. It searches for certainty because certainty feels safe. When the future feels unclear, the mind tries to fill that uncertainty with predictions. It begins asking questions and answering them with imagined possibilities. What if something goes wrong? What if the plan fails? What if the outcome turns out badly? Each question invites another prediction. Soon the mind is building entire stories about events that have not yet happened. It plays out conversations that may never occur. It prepares responses to situations that might never appear. It imagines both success and disaster, but most of its attention focuses on potential problems. The mind believes this process will protect it. It assumes that if every possibility is analyzed, then nothing unexpected will happen. But the future rarely follows the plans created inside the mind. Life unfolds according to countless causes that no single person can fully anticipate. The Stoics understood this limitation clearly. Epictetus taught that peace comes from focusing on what is within personal control and releasing the rest. The future belongs to events that have not yet unfolded. Trying to predict every possible outcome only creates unnecessary mental effort. When the mind attempts to control the future through prediction, it often creates more anxiety instead of less. For example, a person may be waiting for an important meeting or conversation. The mind immediately begins constructing possibilities. Perhaps the discussion will go well. Perhaps it will lead to disagreement. Perhaps it will reveal a problem that has not yet appeared. The mind moves from one prediction to another. Instead of experiencing the present moment, attention becomes trapped inside imagined futures. The body remains in the present, but the mind has traveled far ahead. This habit slowly drains mental energy. Each prediction creates another thought that must be analyzed. The mind tries to calculate which possibility is most likely. It prepares responses, evaluates risks, and replays the same scenarios repeatedly. But none of these mental rehearsals change what will actually happen. When the moment finally arrives, it often unfolds differently than expected. Reality introduces details that no prediction could fully capture. The Stoic discipline of refusing to predict every outcome begins with recognizing this truth. The future will always contain elements that cannot be calculated in advance. Once the mind accepts this, the pressure to forecast every possibility begins to fade. Instead of attempting to control the entire future, the mind focuses on preparing its own character and actions. A person can choose to act with honesty, patience, and clarity. These choices remain within personal control. The outcome itself belongs to circumstances beyond complete influence. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future should be approached with readiness rather than prediction. When the moment arrives, the mind can respond with calm reasoning and steady action. There is no need to mentally live through the event many times before it happens. By releasing the habit of constant prediction, the mind regains its connection to the present. Attention returns to what is actually happening now instead of what might happen later. The present moment becomes lighter because it is no longer crowded with imagined futures. This does not mean ignoring preparation. Thoughtful planning is sometimes necessary, but planning ends when the next step becomes clear. Endless prediction goes far beyond preparation. Preparation helps guide action. Prediction often feeds anxiety. When the mind stops predicting every possible outcome, it becomes easier to trust the unfolding of events. Life will continue moving forward whether the mind rehearses it or not. Gradually, the mind learns a quieter rhythm. Events will appear when they appear. Situations will reveal themselves when the time arrives. The mind does not need to carry the entire future inside itself. It only needs to remain steady enough to meet whatever comes. In this steady acceptance, the mind begins to rest, not because the future has become perfectly certain, but because the mind has released the exhausting belief that it must control every possible outcome before the moment even begins. As the mind gradually releases its obsession with predicting the future, another quiet source of mental noise begins to reveal itself. While the mind often travels forward into imagined outcomes, it also spends a great deal of time traveling backward. It returns again and again to moments that have already happened, replaying them, questioning them, and negotiating with them as if the past could somehow still be adjusted. When this habit softens, the mind discovers a deeper form of stillness. It learns how to let memories exist without constantly trying to rewrite them. The past holds a powerful place inside the human mind. Moments from years ago can suddenly appear with surprising clarity. A conversation, a mistake, a decision, or even a brief interaction may return long after it has ended. At first, the memory may simply pass through awareness, but the mind rarely allows it to remain simple. Instead, it begins negotiating with what has already happened. The mind starts asking quiet questions. Why did that happen? What if I had responded differently? What if I had chosen another path? Could things have turned out better if one moment had changed? These questions seem harmless at first, but they quietly reopen situations that no longer exist. The mind begins examining the past as though it were a problem that still needs solving. It reviews conversations word by word. It replays events while imagining alternative outcomes. It builds new interpretations around moments that have already been completed. This habit turns memories into ongoing negotiations. Instead of allowing the past to remain where it belongs, the mind keeps revisiting it in search of a different result. But the past does not respond to these negotiations. No matter how many times the mind returns to the memory, the event remains unchanged. The Stoics recognized that this habit creates unnecessary suffering. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the past has already passed through the gates of time. It exists only as a memory inside the mind. Continuing to argue with it does not alter the event itself. It only keeps the mind trapped inside something that no longer exists in the present world. The Stoic art of ending mental negotiations begins with a simple recognition. The moment has already finished. The conversation has ended. The decision has been made. The event has become part of history. Returning to it repeatedly does not bring resolution. Instead, it keeps the mind entangled in something that cannot be changed. When the mind accepts this, a quiet shift begins. Memories are allowed to appear without being interrogated. A memory may pass through awareness just as any other thought does. The mind notices it and allows it to move on without reopening the debate. This does not mean suppressing memories or pretending they never happened. The Stoics did not encourage forgetting the past. They encouraged learning from it without becoming trapped inside it. A lesson can remain without the constant reanalysis of the event that produced it. For example, a person may remember a moment when they spoke harshly to someone they cared about. The mind often returns to that moment repeatedly, replaying the conversation while imagining how it could have gone differently. The lesson is simple. Speak with greater patience in the future. But the mind often goes beyond the lesson and continues negotiating with the memory itself. It searches for a different ending that cannot exist. When the Stoic approach is applied, the mind gently separates the lesson from the event. The understanding remains, but the negotiation ends. The past becomes a teacher rather than a courtroom. This shift brings surprising relief. The mind no longer carries the burden of trying to fix something that cannot be repaired through thought alone. The event becomes part of a completed story rather than an unfinished argument. Over time, the mind learns to treat memories with quiet respect rather than endless analysis. A memory appears, and the mind acknowledges it without reopening the emotional negotiations surrounding it. The moment is recognized as part of life's unfolding path. It is not something that must be mentally corrected again and again. This practice creates more space inside the mind. Instead of constantly traveling backward into old situations, awareness begins to settle more fully into the present. Energy that was once spent replaying the past becomes available for living now. Gradually, the mind grows lighter. Memories still exist, but they no longer dominate attention. They are simply pieces of experience that helped shape the present moment. They are no longer problems waiting to be solved. And in this quiet acceptance, the mind discovers an important truth. Peace often begins when the past is finally allowed to remain in the past. As the mind slowly releases its habit of negotiating with the past, something subtle begins to appear. The constant movement of thoughts begins to slow down, even if only slightly. And within that slowing, something many people rarely notice begins to reveal itself. Between one thought and the next, there is often a small space, a brief pause, a quiet moment that usually goes completely unnoticed. When attention begins to recognize these silent spaces, the mind discovers that peace was never far away. It was simply hidden in the quiet gaps that thinking normally rushes past. Most people grow up believing that the mind must always be active. Thinking becomes the default state. The moment one thought ends, another quickly replaces it. The mind moves continuously from memory to worry, from planning to interpretation, rarely pausing long enough to notice the stillness that exists between these movements. Because this happens so quickly, the quiet spaces are often ignored. The mind becomes so accustomed to constant thinking that silence feels unusual. Some people even feel uncomfortable when the mind becomes quiet for a moment. The habit of thinking has been present for so long that stillness can feel unfamiliar. But the Stoics understood that clarity often appears in those quiet moments. When the mind stops filling every second with thought, a different kind of awareness begins to emerge. Instead of being carried endlessly from one idea to the next, the mind begins to rest in the space between them. These spaces may be very small at first. A brief pause after a breath, a moment of stillness after a thought fades, a quiet gap before another idea appears. Normally, the mind rushes past these moments without noticing them, but when attention gently observes the mind, these silent intervals become easier to recognize. The Stoics practiced a form of mental observation that allowed them to notice these pauses. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about stepping back from the rush of thoughts and observing the mind as if from a distance. When this observation happens, it becomes clear that thoughts are not continuous. They rise, they fade, and between them there is silence. This silence does not need to be created. It is already present. The mind simply overlooks it because attention is constantly drawn to the next thought. When a person begins allowing these quiet spaces to exist, the mind gradually becomes calmer. Instead of trying to fill every moment with thinking, awareness begins to settle into the pauses themselves. The mind no longer feels pressured to produce constant analysis or commentary. For example, during a quiet moment in the evening, a thought about the day may appear. Normally, the mind would immediately begin expanding that thought, analyzing what happened and predicting what might happen tomorrow. But when the practice of allowing silence develops, something different happens. The thought appears, fades, and for a brief moment there is nothing to follow it, just a quiet space. Instead of rushing to fill that space with another idea, the mind allows it to remain. This small act creates a surprising sense of calm. The mind begins to realize that it does not need to produce endless thoughts in order to function. Silence can exist without discomfort. In fact, silence often brings clarity. When the mind rests between thoughts, awareness becomes steadier. The body relaxes. Breathing slows naturally. Attention becomes anchored in the present moment rather than scattered across memories and predictions. The Stoics valued this kind of mental stillness because it allowed wisdom to emerge more clearly. When the mind is crowded with constant thinking, it becomes difficult to see situations clearly. Thoughts overlap and compete with one another, but when quiet spaces appear, understanding becomes simpler and more direct. This practice does not require forcing the mind to stop thinking. The Stoics did not attempt to eliminate thoughts entirely. They simply learned to observe them without immediately adding more. When thoughts pass naturally, silence appears on its own. Over time, these quiet spaces begin to feel more familiar. The mind becomes comfortable resting there. Instead of feeling empty or strange, the silence begins to feel steady and supportive. Many people discover that these pauses carry a peaceful quality that cannot be found through constant thinking. The mind becomes like a calm sky where thoughts appear as passing clouds. The clouds move through awareness, but the open space of the sky remains unchanged. In that open space, the mind finds rest. Gradually, the habit of noticing these silent moments spreads throughout the day. Short pauses appear between tasks, between breaths, and between thoughts. Each pause offers a moment of stillness, and within those moments, the mind begins to understand something deeply reassuring. Peace does not always require solving every thought. Sometimes it simply requires noticing the quiet spaces that were already there all along. As the mind begins to recognize the quiet spaces between thoughts, another subtle habit becomes easier to notice. Even when thoughts slow down, the mind often continues adding emotional commentary to everything that happens. A simple event occurs, and almost instantly the mind begins describing it, judging it, and attaching feelings to it. The moment itself may be simple, but the commentary surrounding it can become loud and overwhelming. When this habit begins to soften, the mind learns how to experience life more directly, without constantly translating every moment into emotional interpretation. Throughout the day, the mind quietly narrates events as they unfold. A small inconvenience happens, and the mind immediately labels it as frustrating. Someone speaks in a certain tone, and the mind begins interpreting what it might mean. A situation does not go as planned, and the mind adds disappointment or worry to the experience. These reactions often happen so quickly that they feel automatic. But the Stoics believed that many disturbances do not come from events themselves. They come from the emotional commentary the mind adds afterward. The moment may pass quickly, but the interpretation can continue long after the event has ended. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to see events clearly before adding judgments to them. He understood that the mind often transforms neutral experiences into emotional burdens through interpretation. For example, if rain begins to fall unexpectedly, the event itself is simple. Water is falling from the sky. But the mind may immediately begin commenting on it. The day is ruined. Plans are interrupted. The weather is unfair. The rain itself remains the same, but the emotional commentary turns it into a problem. The Stoic strategy of reducing this commentary begins by noticing the difference between the event and the interpretation of the event. When something happens, the mind can pause for a moment before attaching a story to it. The event is simply observed. A delay occurs. A conversation becomes quiet. A plan changes. Instead of immediately building emotional explanations, the mind allows the moment to exist without expanding it. This simple pause creates space inside the mind. When the mind stops rushing to interpret every experience, many situations lose their emotional intensity. What once seemed frustrating becomes neutral. What once seemed threatening becomes manageable. The Stoics practiced this habit because it allowed them to remain steady in situations that might disturb others. Epictetus taught that people are not disturbed by things themselves, but by the views they take of them. This means that the emotional commentary surrounding events often determines how strongly those events affect the mind.
When commentary is reduced, the emotional reaction often softens as well.
Consider how easily the mind adds interpretation to social interactions. Someone may walk past without greeting you, and the mind immediately begins explaining why. Perhaps they are upset. Perhaps they are ignoring you intentionally. But the truth may be much simpler. The person may simply be distracted or focused on something else. When emotional commentary is reduced, the mind becomes less reactive. It learns to observe situations without immediately assuming negative meanings. This does not mean becoming emotionally numb. Feelings still exist and remain part of the human experience. The Stoic approach does not suppress emotion, but prevents unnecessary emotional amplification. Instead of adding layers of interpretation, the mind allows emotions to pass naturally. A moment of irritation may appear, but it is not expanded into a larger story. Disappointment may arise briefly, but it is not turned into a long chain of negative thoughts. Over time, this practice creates a calmer relationship with daily experiences. Events come and go without leaving heavy emotional traces behind. The mind becomes steadier because it is no longer interpreting every moment through intense judgment. Life begins to feel simpler. Situations are experienced as they are, rather than as the mind imagines them to be. Without excessive commentary, awareness becomes clearer and more grounded. The Stoics valued this clarity because it allowed them to respond wisely rather than react impulsively. When emotional interpretation no longer dominates the mind, it becomes easier to choose thoughtful actions. Gradually, the mind learns to move through the day with less internal noise. Experiences unfold naturally, without constant analysis or interpretation. Moments pass through awareness without becoming emotional battles. And within this quiet simplicity, the mind discovers something deeply freeing. Life itself often becomes easier to carry when it is experienced without the extra weight of endless commentary. As emotional commentary begins to soften, another quiet realization slowly emerges. Many of the struggles inside the mind do not come directly from the events of life. They are created and amplified by the way the mind continues thinking about those events. What begins as a small difficulty often becomes heavier because the mind keeps returning to it, analyzing it, and expanding it far beyond its original form. When this pattern becomes visible, the mind starts to understand something powerful. Much of the weight it carries was built through thinking itself. Life naturally brings challenges. Plans change, mistakes happen, people misunderstand each other, and circumstances sometimes unfold in ways that are uncomfortable. These moments are part of the human experience, yet the original difficulty is often brief. A situation appears, unfolds, and ends. But the mind rarely allows the moment to end there. Instead, it begins building layers of thought around the event. The mind replays what happened. It examines the details again and again. It asks why the situation occurred and what it might mean. Then, it begins imagining consequences, judgments, and possible outcomes. With every new thought, the situation grows larger. What began as a single moment becomes an ongoing mental struggle. Hours later, the event may no longer exist in the outside world, but it continues inside the mind as a chain of analysis and interpretation. The Stoics understood this pattern clearly. They observed that people often suffer more from their thoughts about events than from the events themselves. Epictetus explained that disturbances do not come from things, but from the opinions formed about those things. This insight reveals how easily the mind creates additional suffering through repeated thinking. For example, a person may receive criticism during a conversation. The comment itself may last only a few seconds, but afterward the mind begins revisiting the moment. It replays the tone of the voice, the expression on the other person's face, and the words that were spoken. Soon the mind begins asking deeper questions. What did they really mean by that? Does this reflect something wrong with me? What if others think the same thing? The mind continues building interpretations long after the conversation has ended. Each layer of thinking adds emotional weight. What was originally a small moment becomes a larger internal struggle. The difficulty grows not because the event is expanding, but because the mind keeps feeding it with attention. The Stoic realization that many struggles are self-created does not mean blaming oneself for experiencing thoughts. The mind naturally produces ideas, memories, and interpretations. This is simply part of how the human mind functions. But the Stoics encouraged learning how to recognize when thinking begins amplifying a situation unnecessarily. When awareness notices that a problem is growing through repeated thought, the mind gains the ability to step back from the process. The event can be seen clearly without continuing to add new interpretations. This moment of clarity often reveals something surprising. Many of the worries that feel overwhelming are supported mainly by ongoing thinking. When the mind stops feeding those thoughts, the emotional intensity begins to fade. For instance, a person may worry about a mistake made earlier in the day. The mind continues reviewing the moment, imagining how others may judge it. The mistake becomes the center of attention for hours. But when the mind gently stops returning to the memory, the weight begins to dissolve. The event remains part of the past, but it no longer grows larger through repeated analysis. This understanding changes the relationship with difficulty. Challenges will appear appear in life, but the mind learns not to multiply them unnecessarily. Instead of turning one problem into many through constant thinking, the mind deals with the situation once and then allows it to pass. Marcus Aurelius often practiced reminding himself that thoughts are optional companions. They can be observed without always being followed. When the mind adopts this perspective, it becomes easier to recognize when thinking is helping and when it is simply extending discomfort. Over time, the mind begins to trust simplicity again. Events appear, are handled as best as possible, and then they move into the past. The mind no longer feels the need to carry every difficulty forward through endless reflection. This shift brings a deep sense of relief. The mind discovers that it does not need to solve every thought or analyze every experience. Many struggles lose their strength the moment thinking stops feeding them. Gradually, awareness becomes lighter and more stable. Life continues with its natural ups and downs, but the mind is no longer adding unnecessary weight to each moment. And in this realization, something important becomes clear. Sometimes the greatest freedom appears when the mind stops creating problems that were never truly there to begin with. As the mind begins to recognize how often thinking amplifies its own struggles, another gentle realization starts to appear. Many people try very hard to calm the mind. They attempt to control every thought, silence every worry, and force themselves into a peaceful state. But the harder they try, the more restless the mind seems to become. The Stoics slowly discovered something different. Calmness rarely arrives through force. It often appears when the mind is allowed to settle on its own. The human mind has a natural rhythm. Just like the body knows how to heal a small wound without constant interference, the mind also knows how to return to balance when it is given space. But many people never allow this natural settling to happen. The moment the mind becomes busy with thoughts, the person tries to fight them. They attempt to push the thoughts away or silence them immediately. When that does not work, frustration appears. The mind becomes even more tense because it feels like it must achieve calmness right away. This effort creates the opposite result. The mind begins to monitor itself closely. It watches every thought that appears and judges whether the mind is calm enough yet. The more attention is placed on forcing calmness, the more pressure the mind feels. Instead of relaxing, the mind becomes tighter. The Stoics observed that peace cannot be forced through struggle. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about stepping back from the mind, rather than trying to control every movement inside it. When thoughts appear, they can simply be noticed instead of immediately resisted. This small shift allows the mind to breathe. When thoughts are allowed to rise and fall naturally, they begin losing their urgency. The mind realizes that it does not need to respond to every idea that appears. Thoughts come and go much like passing clouds in the sky. The sky itself remains steady. At first, this may feel unusual. The habit of controlling the mind has often been practiced for many years. Letting thoughts move without interference may feel uncomfortable at the beginning, but with patience, something surprising begins to happen. The mind slowly begins to settle on its own. Without the extra pressure of control, the movement of thoughts becomes softer. The mind no longer feels the need to keep producing ideas constantly.
A natural quiet begins to appear.
This quiet does not come from suppressing thoughts. It comes from allowing the mind to follow its own rhythm. Just as muddy water becomes clear when it is left undisturbed, the mind becomes clearer when it is not constantly stirred by force. The Stoics trusted this natural process. They understood that the mind is not an enemy that must be conquered. It is simply a living system that sometimes becomes restless. When given patience and space, it gradually returns to balance. Consider how easily calmness appears in certain moments of life. While watching the ocean, sitting quietly in nature, or listening to gentle sounds in the evening, the mind often relaxes without effort. No one is forcing the mind to become peaceful in those moments. The calmness appears naturally because the mind is not being pressured. The Stoic habit of trusting the mind's ability to settle works in the same way. Instead of demanding immediate stillness, the mind allows thoughts to pass at their own pace. If worries appear, they are acknowledged without panic. If memories arise, they are allowed to move through awareness. Nothing needs to be forced away. Gradually, the mind learns that calmness is not something that must be created through effort. It is something that appears when unnecessary effort stops.
This understanding removes a great deal of tension from the mind.
Instead of struggling against every restless moment, the person learns to trust that the mind will eventually quiet itself. Thoughts lose their urgency because they are no longer treated as problems that must be solved immediately. Over time, the mind becomes more familiar with this natural settling. Moments of quiet begin appearing more frequently. The mind discovers that peace is not a distant goal that requires constant effort. It is a natural state that returns whenever the mind stops fighting itself. And in that gentle realization, the mind finally begins to rest. Not because it has forced calmness into existence, but because it has remembered how to allow calmness to emerge on its own. As the mind begins trusting its ability to settle naturally, another pattern becomes easier to recognize. Some thoughts do not simply pass through awareness. They circle back again and again, repeating the same questions, the same doubts, and the same internal conversations. These patterns create what can be called thought loops. The mind returns to the same discussion repeatedly, hoping that one more round of thinking will finally produce a satisfying answer. When this habit becomes visible, the mind learns an important Stoic practice: consciously closing unproductive thought loops. A thought loop often begins with a single question. Something uncertain happens during the day, and the mind begins trying to understand it. A conversation felt slightly uncomfortable. A decision was made that still feels unclear. A future situation seems uncertain. The mind begins analyzing the situation in order to find resolution. At first, this process seems useful. The mind is trying to solve a problem or understand an event. But sometimes the mind continues thinking long after the useful part of the reflection has already finished. Instead of reaching clarity, the same ideas begin repeating. The mind revisits the same details again and again. It asks the same questions it asked earlier. Each cycle feels slightly different, but the conclusions rarely change. This repetition slowly drains mental energy. Hours later, the mind may still be discussing the same topic internally, even though no new information has appeared. The mind continues the discussion as if it were debating with itself, searching for an answer that may never arrive. The Stoics observed that not every question requires endless analysis. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to notice when the mind was becoming trapped in unnecessary thinking. When a thought no longer produces new understanding, continuing the discussion simply prolongs restlessness. Recognizing this moment is the first step in closing a thought loop. When awareness notices that the mind is repeating the same ideas without progress, it becomes possible to gently end the internal discussion. Instead of continuing to search for an answer, the mind acknowledges that the topic has already been examined enough for now. This does not mean ignoring the situation completely. Sometimes a thought loop appears because the mind wants certainty about something that cannot yet be known. The future may still be unfolding. Another person's intentions may not be fully clear. A final outcome may not have arrived. In these situations, additional thinking rarely produces clarity. The Stoic approach encourages allowing uncertainty to exist without continuing the debate. The mind can simply recognize that it has done enough thinking for the moment. At that point, the internal conversation can close. A person may quietly tell themselves that the topic has already been considered. No new understanding is appearing through further repetition. The mind can now return to the present moment instead of continuing the loop. This act of closure brings surprising relief. The mind no longer needs to carry the discussion forward endlessly. The thought may still appear occasionally, but it no longer demands continuous attention. When the loop tries to restart, the mind gently remembers that the topic has already been explored. This practice gradually weakens the habit of repetitive thinking. The mind learns that it does not need to revisit the same subject endlessly in order to feel safe. Many questions in life remain open for a time. They resolve themselves through action, time, or new information, rather than through constant analysis. By closing unproductive thought loops, the mind becomes freer. Attention returns to what is actually happening in the present moment. The body relaxes because it is no longer supporting an ongoing internal debate. The Stoics valued this clarity because it preserved mental energy for situations that truly required attention. When the mind stops repeating the same discussion over and over, space begins to open inside awareness. Thoughts appear more gently and pass more easily. The mind becomes less crowded with unfinished conversations. Over time, this habit creates a deeper sense of calm. The mind trusts that not every question must be answered immediately, and that some matters resolve naturally with time. Instead of endlessly discussing the same concerns, the mind becomes capable of letting them rest. And in that quiet rest, the mind begins to discover something important. Peace often appears the moment the mind decides that a conversation with itself has already gone far enough. As the mind learns how to close unproductive thought loops, another quiet pressure begins to loosen its grip. Many people carry an invisible belief that every problem must be solved immediately. When something feels uncertain or unresolved, the mind begins working tirelessly to find answers right away. It searches for explanations, solutions, and certainty before the night ends. But the Stoics understood something that modern life often forgets. Not every question needs to be answered tonight. Sometimes the mind becomes clearer when it allows time to do its work. The mind often behaves as if every unresolved thought is an urgent problem. The moment uncertainty appears, the mind begins searching for closure. It asks questions repeatedly, turning situations over from different angles, hoping that one more round of thinking will finally produce clarity. But many situations in life do not reveal their answers through immediate analysis. A conversation may feel unclear, a decision may still be unfolding, a relationship may be passing through a moment that cannot yet be fully understood. The mind tries to force resolution, believing that enough thinking will eventually solve the uncertainty. This effort often creates more tension than understanding. Late at night, the mind becomes especially active. When the day becomes quiet, thoughts that were briefly ignored begin to return. The mind starts reviewing situations, trying to untangle every unanswered question before sleep arrives. It believes that rest will only be possible after everything has been mentally resolved. But the truth is often the opposite. The harder the mind works to solve every problem in a single evening, the more restless it becomes. Thoughts continue circulating because the mind feels responsible for finding answers that may not yet exist. The Stoics practiced a different perspective. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that life unfolds gradually. Many situations become clear only after time has passed. Trying to force immediate understanding can create unnecessary frustration. Instead of demanding answers right away, the Stoics allowed events to reveal themselves naturally. When the mind accepts that some questions will remain open for a while, a great deal of pressure disappears. The mind no longer feels responsible for solving every uncertainty before the night ends. It becomes possible to rest even while certain situations remain unresolved. This shift does not mean avoiding responsibility or ignoring important matters. Some problems require thoughtful reflection and action, but reflection does not always need to happen in a single moment. Clarity often grows quietly over time. Consider how many times a situation that once seemed confusing later became obvious. At the moment it first appeared, the mind could not fully understand it. But after a day, a week, or even a few months, the meaning of the event became clearer without constant mental effort. Time provided the perspective that thinking alone could not produce. The Stoic technique of releasing the need to solve everything tonight invites the mind to trust this process. Instead of pushing for immediate answers, the mind allows situations to remain open until more information appears. When this trust develops, the mind begins to relax. Unanswered questions lose their urgency because the mind understands that clarity does not always appear instantly. The future has its own rhythm of unfolding, and many answers arrive naturally when the time is right. This realization is especially powerful during quiet moments before sleep. When the mind begins reviewing unfinished situations, it can gently remind itself that not everything must be resolved immediately. The day has already offered its lessons. The rest can unfold tomorrow. This simple reminder creates space for rest. The mind no longer needs to carry every uncertainty through the night. Thoughts that once demanded answers can simply remain unanswered for now. Gradually, the mind begins trusting that life will continue revealing what needs to be understood. Just as the sun rises again without being forced, clarity often appears when the mind stops chasing it. When the pressure to solve everything disappears, the mind becomes lighter and calmer. And in that calmness, rest becomes possible. Not because every question has been answered, but because the mind has accepted that some answers belong to tomorrow. As the mind learns to release the pressure of solving everything tonight, another quiet truth begins to reveal itself. Many thoughts feel powerful, not because they are truly important, but because the mind tries so hard to push them away. The more the mind resists a thought, the more attention it gives to that thought. The Stoics noticed this strange paradox long ago. Sometimes a thought loses its power the moment the mind stops fighting it. When an uncomfortable thought appears, the natural reaction is often resistance. The mind immediately tries to push the thought away. It may say to itself that this thought should not be here, that it must disappear, or that it must be replaced with something more positive. But something unexpected happens when the mind begins this struggle. The thought often becomes stronger. The moment the mind begins pushing against the thought, it must keep looking at the thought in order to push it away. Attention becomes fixed on the very thing the mind wants to escape. The mind keeps checking whether the thought is still there, and in doing so, it continues feeding it. This is one of the quiet traps of overthinking. The mind believes it is trying to eliminate the thought, but in reality, it is giving the thought even more energy. Resistance becomes a form of attention, and attention strengthens whatever it touches. The Stoics approached this situation differently. Instead of treating thoughts as enemies that must be defeated, they learned to observe them calmly. When a troubling thought appeared, they did not immediately try to erase it. They simply noticed it as part of the mind's activity. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that thoughts are temporary visitors. They arise, they remain for a short time, and eventually they fade. Fighting them only delays that natural fading. When the mind stops resisting a thought, something interesting begins to happen. Without the force of resistance holding it in place, the thought begins to lose its intensity. It no longer feels like a problem that must be solved. It becomes just another movement inside the mind. For example, a worry may appear about something that might happen in the future. The mind might normally react with panic, trying to push the worry away or replace it with reassurance. But when the Stoic approach is applied, the mind simply notices the worry. The thought is acknowledged without resistance. It is allowed to exist for a moment without being judged or argued with. Because the mind is no longer struggling against it, the thought begins to soften. It loses the urgency that once made it feel overwhelming. This acceptance does not mean agreeing with the thought or believing it to be true. It simply means allowing the thought to pass through awareness without turning it into a battle. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes calmer when it stops treating every thought as a threat. Thoughts are often like echoes from the day. They appear because the mind has been active, storing impressions from conversations, experiences, and emotions. These echoes fade naturally when they are not constantly examined or resisted. Acceptance allows this fading to happen. When the mind stops fighting a thought, the thought no longer has anything to push against. Without resistance, it gradually loses momentum. This principle can feel surprising at first. Many people assume that resisting a thought will remove it more quickly, but in reality, resistance often keeps the thought alive. Acceptance gently removes the struggle. Over time, the mind learns that not every thought needs to be controlled. Many thoughts dissolve on their own when they are simply observed and allowed to pass. This creates a new relationship with thinking. Instead of fearing certain thoughts or trying to eliminate them immediately, the mind becomes more relaxed and patient. Thoughts can appear without causing alarm. They come and go just like waves moving across the surface of water. The Stoics trusted this natural movement. They understood that the mind becomes peaceful not by controlling every thought, but by changing the way it relates to those thoughts. When resistance disappears, the mind becomes less tense. Thoughts still appear from time to time, but they no longer carry the same emotional force. They are simply temporary visitors moving through awareness. And in that quiet acceptance, the mind begins to understand something deeply calming. Sometimes the fastest way for a thought to disappear is simply to stop fighting it. As the mind begins to understand that thoughts lose their strength when they are not resisted, another quiet pressure starts to loosen. Many of the mind's struggles come from the constant desire to understand everything perfectly. The mind wants every situation to make complete sense. It wants clear explanations for why things happen, why people behave the way they do, and why life unfolds in certain ways. But the Stoics recognized a deeper truth. Life does not always reveal its full meaning immediately. Peace often grows when the mind learns to accept imperfect understanding. The human mind naturally seeks clarity. When something confusing happens, the mind begins searching for answers. It examines the event from different angles, trying to build a clear explanation that removes uncertainty. Sometimes this effort is helpful. Reflection can lead to learning and growth. But there are many moments in life where complete understanding simply does not appear right away. A person may behave in a way that feels confusing. A situation may unfold in a direction that seems unfair or unexpected. A decision may lead to results that do not make immediate sense. The mind begins asking questions. Why did this happen? What does it mean? What lesson am I supposed to learn from this? At first, these questions seem reasonable. But when answers do not appear quickly, the mind may continue searching endlessly. It becomes uncomfortable with the idea that some situations remain unclear. This discomfort often leads to overthinking. The mind continues analyzing the same situation, hoping that enough reflection will finally produce perfect understanding. It examines every detail repeatedly, trying to discover a hidden explanation. But sometimes the explanation simply is not available yet. The Stoics understood that the world is larger and more complex than the mind can fully grasp in a single moment. Life unfolds through countless causes and circumstances that may remain invisible for a long time. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that human understanding is limited. The mind cannot always see the entire picture while it is standing inside the moment. Because of this, the Stoics practiced allowing certain mysteries to remain unresolved. Instead of forcing answers that might not exist yet, the mind can gently accept that some events will only make sense later. Others may never become completely clear. This acceptance creates a surprising form of calm. When the mind stops demanding perfect explanations, the pressure to solve every uncertainty begins to fade. Situations can remain partially understood without becoming sources of constant frustration. For example, a person may experience a disagreement with someone they care about. The mind may try to fully understand why the disagreement happened and what every word meant. But human emotions are complex. Sometimes even the other person may not fully understand their own reactions. In such moments, perfect clarity may not be possible. The Stoic approach encourages allowing the situation to exist without demanding immediate answers. The mind can acknowledge that something occurred without needing to solve every detail. This does not mean abandoning reflection or learning. The mind can still consider what happened and grow from the experience. But once the useful reflection has taken place, the mind no longer needs to keep searching for deeper explanations that may not appear. Life often reveals its meaning slowly. Many experiences that once seemed confusing later become clear with time and distance. What once felt mysterious begins to make sense as new events unfold. But this clarity often arrives naturally rather than through constant analysis. By allowing imperfect understanding, the mind becomes more patient with life itself. It recognizes that not every moment needs to be completely explained in order to be accepted. The world contains many layers that reveal themselves gradually. This discipline also brings humility to the mind. Instead of believing it must understand everything immediately, the mind becomes open to learning over time. It becomes comfortable with partial answers. Over time, this comfort with uncertainty reduces a great deal of mental strain. The mind stops chasing explanations that are not yet ready to appear. Instead, it becomes steady enough to live with unanswered questions. In this quiet acceptance, the mind discovers a deeper form of wisdom. Not everything must be perfectly understood for life to move forward. Some meanings reveal themselves slowly, and others remain mysterious. And when the mind allows that mystery to exist without resistance, it becomes calmer, lighter, and more at peace with the unfolding path of life. As the mind becomes comfortable allowing imperfect understanding, another quiet habit begins to soften. The mind often feels a strong urge to finalize its conclusions about everything it experiences. It wants to reach a definite interpretation about people, events, and situations. Once the mind forms a conclusion, it tends to hold on to it tightly, as if certainty itself creates safety. But the Stoics discovered that this attachment to mental conclusions can create unnecessary tension. When the mind learns to hold its interpretations more lightly, a deeper calm begins to appear. The mind naturally tries to organize the world through conclusions. When something happens, it quickly asks what the event means. If someone behaves in a certain way, the mind begins forming an explanation about their intentions. If a situation unfolds unexpectedly, the mind tries to decide whether it is good or bad. These conclusions often appear very quickly. The mind does not like remaining in uncertainty for long. It feels more comfortable when it can place events into clear categories. Once a conclusion is formed, the mind begins treating that interpretation as a fixed truth. But life rarely remains fixed. People change, circumstances evolve, and new information appears over time. When the mind becomes strongly attached to its initial conclusions, it may struggle to adapt when reality shifts. For example, a person may form an opinion about someone after a single interaction. The mind may quickly decide that the person is unfriendly or distant. This conclusion feels clear and certain in the moment.
But later experiences may reveal a different side of that person.
If the mind remains strongly attached to its original interpretation, it may resist seeing the new information. The conclusion becomes something the mind defends rather than something it examines. The Stoics encouraged a different approach. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to examine his impressions carefully before accepting them as truth. He understood that the mind's first interpretation is not always accurate. Events appear in one form at first, but their deeper meaning may reveal itself gradually. By reducing attachment to mental conclusions, the mind becomes more flexible. Instead of finalizing every interpretation immediately, the mind can hold its observations lightly. It may notice what seems to be happening without insisting that its explanation must be correct. This approach allows space for understanding to grow. A situation may appear confusing at first, but over time, additional details may emerge. When the mind is not locked into a fixed interpretation, it becomes easier to see the situation from new perspectives. This flexibility reduces many forms of mental conflict. When the mind believes it must finalize every conclusion, it often becomes frustrated when reality does not match its expectations. But when interpretations are held gently, changes in understanding feel natural rather than threatening. For instance, a person may experience a disagreement with someone they care about. The mind may quickly conclude that the disagreement means the relationship is weakening, but that interpretation may not be the full story. The disagreement might actually be part of a deeper process of honesty and growth between two people. If the mind avoids finalizing its conclusion too quickly, it remains open to seeing the situation more clearly over time. The Stoics believed that wisdom grows from observing life patiently rather than rushing to finalize judgments. When the mind reduces its attachment to conclusions, it becomes less reactive. Situations can unfold without immediately being labeled as success or failure, right or wrong. This creates a quieter relationship with experience. Events are observed with curiosity rather than certainty. The mind remains open to learning rather than insisting that it already knows the answer. Over time, this habit brings a deep sense of ease. The mind no longer feels pressured to explain everything instantly. It becomes comfortable, allowing situations to reveal themselves gradually. This patience often leads to deeper understanding than quick conclusions ever could. Life continues unfolding in ways that the mind cannot always predict or explain immediately. But when the mind releases its attachment to final interpretations, it becomes more adaptable and calm. Instead of clinging to fixed ideas, the mind moves with the flow of experience. And in that gentle openness, the mind discovers a powerful form of clarity. Understanding becomes something that grows naturally rather than something that must be forced into place. As the mind learns to loosen its attachment to firm conclusions, another helpful shift begins to unfold. The mind slowly realizes that not every thought deserves the same level of attention. For most people, thoughts automatically feel important the moment they appear. If a thought enters awareness, the mind assumes it must be examined, analyzed, or solved. But the Stoics discovered a quieter and far more freeing perspective. Many thoughts are simply background noise, and peace begins when the mind stops treating every one of them as serious. The mind produces an enormous number of thoughts throughout the day. Some of them are useful. They help plan actions, remember responsibilities, or reflect on meaningful experiences. But many others appear randomly, without any real purpose. A memory may surface suddenly for no clear reason. A strange idea may pass through awareness and disappear moments later. A small worry may appear and then fade away. This constant movement of thoughts is a normal function of the mind. But problems begin when the mind assumes that every thought must be taken seriously. The moment a thought appears, the mind begins examining it as if it were an important message. Why did I think that? What does it mean? Should I do something about it? These questions invite the mind into deeper analysis. Soon, a harmless thought becomes the center of attention. The mind starts building interpretations around it, searching for meaning or trying to remove it entirely. The Stoics recognized that this habit creates unnecessary mental weight. Marcus Aurelius practiced reminding himself that many impressions entering the mind are simply passing signals. They do not always represent truth, intention, or meaningful insight. They are often just fragments of mental activity. When the mind learns not to take every thought seriously, it becomes easier to allow many of them to pass without reaction. Instead of analyzing each idea, the mind simply notices it and continues forward. This change can feel surprising at first. Many people have spent years believing that every thought deserves careful attention. Ignoring a thought may initially feel irresponsible or uncomfortable. But with practice, the mind begins to understand that thoughts often behave like background sounds. In a busy city, there may be distant traffic, conversations, and small noises happening all the time. Yet people rarely stop to analyze every sound they hear. The mind automatically treats most of those noises as part of the background. Thoughts can be treated in the same way. When a thought appears that does not require action or reflection, the mind can simply allow it to remain in the background. It does not need to follow the thought or argue with it. For example, a random worry may appear about something that could go wrong tomorrow. The mind might normally begin imagining the situation in detail, but when the Stoic approach is practiced, the mind recognizes the thought as just another piece of mental noise. The thought is noticed briefly and then allowed to fade without further attention. Without the fuel of analysis, the thought quickly loses its presence. The mind returns to the present moment instead of being pulled into unnecessary reflection. Over time, this habit creates a quieter mental environment. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer dominate awareness. Many of them pass through the mind the same way distant sounds pass through the background of a room. This does not mean ignoring important thoughts. When a thought truly requires attention or action, it naturally stands out. The mind can examine it carefully and respond wisely, but the majority of thoughts do not carry that level of importance. They are simply part of the mind's normal activity. The Stoics valued this perspective because it prevented the mind from becoming overwhelmed by its own thinking. By treating many thoughts as harmless background noise, the mind becomes less reactive and more stable. Attention becomes clearer because it is no longer scattered across every passing idea. Gradually, the mind learns that it does not need to follow every thought that appears. Many thoughts can simply pass by without leaving a trace. This realization brings a sense of freedom. Instead of feeling controlled by constant thinking, the mind becomes more selective about where it places its attention. And in that quiet selectivity, the mind discovers something deeply calming. Not every thought deserves a response, and many thoughts become harmless the moment they are allowed to remain just noise in the background of awareness. As the mind becomes comfortable treating many thoughts as harmless background noise, another important pattern begins to reveal itself. The mind has a natural attraction to complexity. It tends to turn simple situations into complicated ones through endless interpretation, analysis, and speculation. What could have remained a straightforward moment often becomes layered with meaning and questions. The Stoics noticed this tendency long ago and discovered something powerful. Simplicity has the ability to quiet the mind in ways that complexity never can. The human mind is extremely skilled at creating complexity. When a situation occurs, the mind rarely leaves it alone. Instead, it begins adding explanations, assumptions, and imagined possibilities. A simple experience quickly becomes a web of interpretations. A short conversation with someone may last only a few minutes, yet the mind may spend hours examining it afterward. Every word, tone, and pause becomes something to analyze. The mind asks questions about hidden meanings and intentions. What was really meant by that sentence? Did the tone suggest something deeper? What might they think about what I said? The original moment was simple, but the mind expands it into something far more complicated. This habit often creates unnecessary mental noise. The Stoics observed that many difficulties grow because the mind refuses to leave events in their simplest form. Marcus Aurelius practiced stripping situations down to their basic reality. When something happened, he would describe it plainly rather than allowing the mind to build elaborate stories around it. For example, if someone criticized him, the mind could easily turn that moment into a complex narrative about reputation, relationships, and personal worth. But Marcus Aurelius would reduce the situation to its simplest description. Another person spoke certain words. That is all. By removing the layers of interpretation, the mind becomes calmer. Simplicity has a stabilizing effect on awareness. When events are seen clearly without additional commentary, the mind stops producing unnecessary thoughts. Instead of building complex explanations, the mind allows the experience to exist in its most basic form. A delay is simply a delay. A mistake is simply a mistake. A disagreement is simply a difference of opinion. When the mind treats events this way, the emotional intensity surrounding them often fades. The mind loves complexity because complexity gives it something to work on. It enjoys solving puzzles, analyzing situations, and searching for hidden meanings. But when this habit becomes constant, the mind begins creating puzzles where none actually exist. Simplicity interrupts that cycle. When the mind refuses to turn every moment into a complicated problem, many thoughts lose their reason to continue. The mental activity that once surrounded the event begins to fade. This is why the Stoics often emphasized returning to the basic facts of a situation. Instead of asking endless questions about why something happened, the mind simply observes what happened. The event is acknowledged without being transformed into a complex narrative. This shift creates mental clarity. When situations are simplified, the mind becomes less overwhelmed. It no longer feels responsible for understanding every possible angle or hidden meaning. Life becomes easier to carry. Consider how often worry grows from complexity. A simple uncertainty may appear about tomorrow. The mind immediately begins constructing possibilities. It imagines multiple outcomes, prepares responses, and evaluates risks. Soon, the future becomes a complicated web of imagined scenarios. But when the situation is simplified, the mind remembers that tomorrow has not yet arrived. The only responsibility of the present moment is to move forward step by step. The mind no longer needs to calculate every possibility. Over time, this habit transforms the way the mind experiences daily life. Events are no longer treated as puzzles that must be solved through constant thinking. Instead, they are experienced as simple moments that unfold naturally. The Stoics trusted simplicity because it brought attention back to reality. Complexity often pulls the mind into imagined stories, while simplicity anchors it in what is actually happening. When the mind returns to simplicity, thoughts slow down. The need to analyze everything begins to fade. Awareness becomes steadier because it is no longer chasing complicated interpretations. And in that simplicity, the mind discovers something deeply calming. Life itself is often far simpler than the stories the mind builds around it. As the mind begins to recognize how often complexity is self-created, another powerful shift becomes possible. Much of the mind's restlessness does not come from the present moment. It comes from the places the mind travels when it leaves the present. It moves into imagined futures, revisits past moments, and constructs endless projections about what might happen next. The Stoics discovered that calmness often returns when attention gently comes back to what is actually happening right now. The mind has a strong habit of leaving the present moment. Even while sitting in a quiet room, the mind may already be somewhere else. It may be replaying a conversation from earlier in the day. It may be imagining what could happen tomorrow. It may be predicting how a future situation will unfold. These mental projections feel real while they are happening. The mind builds scenes, conversations, and possibilities that exist only inside thought. Emotions may arise in response to these imagined situations, even though nothing is actually occurring in the present moment. This is one of the hidden reasons why overthinking becomes exhausting. The mind is constantly traveling through time without ever arriving anywhere. It revisits the past and predicts the future, rarely allowing awareness to rest where life is actually taking place. The Stoics believed that clarity returns when the mind learns to return to present reality. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the present moment is the only place where life truly unfolds. The past is finished, and the future has not yet arrived. The mind may visit those places through thought, but reality itself only exists here. When the mind remembers this, it begins to settle. Instead of continuing to chase mental projections, attention gently returns to what is currently happening. The body may be breathing slowly. The room may be quiet. The environment may be calm. These simple details anchor awareness in reality. The Stoic strategy of returning to the present does not require force or effort. It simply requires noticing where the mind has wandered and gently guiding it back. For example, a person may suddenly realize that they have been imagining a future conversation for several minutes. The mind has already created an entire scenario about what might happen. Instead of continuing the projection, the person notices what is actually happening. Perhaps they are sitting comfortably. Perhaps they are breathing slowly. Perhaps the room around them is quiet and still. When attention returns to these simple realities, the imagined conversation loses its urgency. The future projection dissolves because it no longer holds the mind's focus. This practice gradually trains the mind to recognize the difference between reality and imagination. Thoughts about the future may still appear, but they no longer dominate awareness. The mind becomes skilled at noticing when it has drifted into projections and returning to what is truly present. This return often brings immediate calm. The present moment is usually much quieter than the stories the mind creates about the future. Many worries exist only inside imagination. When the mind returns to reality, those imagined problems lose their power. The Stoics practiced this awareness repeatedly throughout their lives. Whenever the mind became restless with speculation or regret, they returned their attention to the moment unfolding in front of them. What is happening right now? What is actually within reach of action in this moment? These questions bring the mind back to stability. Over time, the habit of returning to present reality becomes stronger. The mind learns that it does not need to live inside endless mental projections. Life becomes simpler when attention rests in the present. The body relaxes because it is no longer reacting to imagined futures. Breathing becomes steadier. Awareness becomes clearer. The mind realizes that many of its worries existed only in places where life was not actually happening. And in that realization, something quiet and powerful emerges. The present moment becomes a place of refuge where the mind can rest instead of endlessly wandering through thoughts about what might be. As the mind becomes more comfortable returning to present reality instead of chasing mental projections, another quiet shift begins to appear. Thoughts that once felt permanent begin to look different. They no longer seem like fixed truths or lasting conditions. Instead, they start to resemble temporary movements inside the mind. The Stoics understood this deeply. They practiced seeing thoughts not as solid realities, but as passing mental events that naturally rise and fall. For many people, thoughts often feel permanent the moment they appear. A worry arrives, and it seems as if that worry will remain for the rest of the day. A negative idea appears, and the mind treats it as something serious that must be addressed immediately. Certain thoughts can feel so convincing that they appear to define reality itself. But when attention observes the mind carefully, a different pattern becomes visible. Thoughts rarely stay still for very long. They move continuously. One idea appears, then fades. Another thought follows, then another. The mind is constantly generating impressions, images, and reflections. This movement is natural. The difficulty begins when the mind treats these passing events as permanent truths. Instead of seeing a thought as a temporary experience, the mind may believe that the thought represents something fixed and unchanging. For example, a person may suddenly think, "Something might go wrong tomorrow." The thought appears quickly and carries a feeling of concern. If the mind treats that thought as permanent, it may begin building an entire story around it. The worry grows stronger because it feels like an ongoing reality. But when the Stoic perspective is applied, the situation looks different. The thought is simply recognized as a mental event that has appeared for a moment. Just like a sound that passes through the air, the thought exists briefly and then moves on. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that thoughts are impressions rather than facts. They arrive from many sources: memories, emotions, recent experiences, or simple mental habits. Because of this, thoughts do not always represent reality. They are simply movements inside the mind. When the mind begins viewing thoughts this way, the sense of permanence starts to disappear. A troubling idea may still appear, but it no longer feels like something that will remain forever. It becomes just another passing moment in the flow of awareness. This perspective changes the relationship with thinking. Instead of reacting immediately to every thought, the mind begins observing them calmly. A thought arrives, stays for a moment, and then fades away, just like countless thoughts before it. The mind no longer needs to chase it or argue with it. This practice often brings a surprising sense of freedom. Thoughts that once felt overwhelming begin to lose their weight because they are no longer treated as lasting realities. They are simply temporary events. For example, a person may notice a sudden wave of worry late in the evening. In the past, the mind might have followed that worry into a long chain of analysis. But with the Stoic habit of observation, the person simply notices the thought. The worry appears, exists briefly, and then begins to fade. Without constant attention feeding it, the thought gradually dissolves. The mind returns to the quiet space of the present moment. This is the natural rhythm of the mind. Thoughts appear, change, and disappear. New ones take their place, and those fade as well. Nothing inside the mind remains fixed for long. Understanding this rhythm reduces the fear of certain thoughts. When the mind knows that every thought is temporary, it becomes easier to allow those thoughts to pass without resistance. Even uncomfortable thoughts lose their intensity when they are seen as brief visitors. Over time, this habit strengthens mental calmness. Instead of feeling trapped inside thinking, the mind becomes the quiet space in which thoughts move. Awareness remains steady while thoughts rise and fall around it. The Stoics valued this understanding because it restored a sense of balance. The mind no longer treats each thought as a permanent condition that must be solved or removed. Instead, it recognizes the natural movement of mental events. And in that recognition, the mind begins to feel lighter. Thoughts continue to appear just as they always have, but they no longer carry the illusion of permanence. They are simply passing moments in the ever-changing landscape of the mind. As the mind begins to see thoughts as temporary mental events rather than permanent truths, another subtle habit starts to reveal itself. Much of the mind's energy is often spent not only analyzing situations, but also analyzing other people. The mind tries to understand why someone behaved a certain way, why they said certain words, or what they might be thinking or feeling. This effort can easily turn into a constant attempt to mentally fix, interpret, or solve other people. The Stoics learned that peace often grows when this habit is gently released. The human mind naturally tries to understand the people around it. Relationships matter deeply, and the mind wants clarity about intentions, reactions, and emotions. When someone behaves in a confusing way, the mind begins searching for explanations. Why did they say that? Why did they act like that? What were they really thinking? At first, these questions may seem harmless. The mind is simply trying to understand another person. But sometimes this process continues far beyond what is useful. The mind starts replaying conversations repeatedly. It analyzes the tone of voice, the timing of certain words, and the expressions that appeared during the interaction. Every small detail becomes something to interpret. Soon the mind becomes trapped in endless speculation. This pattern can become exhausting because the answers the mind seeks are often unavailable. The thoughts, intentions, and emotions of another person exist inside their own mind, not inside ours. No amount of internal analysis can fully reveal them. The Stoics understood that each person acts according to their own experiences, beliefs, and circumstances. Many of these influences remain invisible to others. Because of this, trying to completely solve another person's behavior can become an endless task. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that other people act according to their own nature and understanding. Instead of constantly analyzing their motives, he practiced accepting that people will behave as they do. This acceptance brings relief to the mind. When the habit of mentally fixing others softens, The mind no longer feels responsible for explaining every behavior it encounters. It becomes easier to let certain interactions remain simple. A person may behave abruptly during a conversation. The mind may feel tempted to examine every possible reason for that reaction, but sometimes the simplest explanation is enough. The person had a difficult day, they were distracted, or they simply expressed themselves imperfectly. The mind does not need to solve the entire mystery. By releasing the urge to analyze others endlessly, attention returns to what is actually within personal control. The Stoics emphasized focusing on one's own actions, character, and responses rather than trying to manage the inner world of other people. This shift creates a calmer relationship with social interactions. Instead of replaying conversations long after they end, the mind allows them to remain in the past. The interaction happened, and the moment has passed. There is no need to keep revisiting it in search of hidden meanings. People remain complex, and not every behavior will become fully clear. Accepting this complexity removes a great deal of mental pressure. The mind no longer tries to become an investigator of every interaction. Instead, it responds with patience and understanding. If someone behaves kindly, that kindness can be appreciated. If someone behaves poorly, the mind can recognize that the behavior reflects their own circumstances and choices. But the mind does not need to spend hours trying to repair or decode the person internally. This discipline creates space inside the mind. Relationships remain important, but they no longer become puzzles that must be solved through endless thinking. Interactions can occur naturally without leaving behind a trail of speculation. Over time, the mind becomes lighter in social situations. It learns that people are constantly changing, influenced by experiences that may never be fully visible. Instead of trying to fix or explain every behavior, the mind allows others to remain as they are. This acceptance does not mean indifference. It simply means recognizing the limits of control and understanding. And in that recognition, the mind begins to rest. Not every person needs to be solved, and not every interaction needs to be analyzed long after it ends. Sometimes peace appears the moment the mind stops trying to repair the inner world of others. As the mind begins releasing the habit of endlessly analyzing other people, another subtle pattern becomes easier to see. The mind does not only analyze situations and conversations, it also analyzes its own emotions. The moment a feeling appears, the mind often begins examining it, questioning it, and trying to understand it immediately. But the Stoics discovered something important about emotions. Feelings move like waves. When they are observed without constant analysis, they often rise and fall naturally on their own. Emotions are a natural part of the human experience. Throughout the day, feelings appear in response to events, memories, and thoughts. A small moment of frustration may arise during a busy afternoon. A feeling of sadness may surface when remembering something from the past. A sense of excitement may appear when something good happens. These emotional waves are normal movements inside the mind and body. But many people develop the habit of analyzing every emotion the moment it appears. The mind begins asking questions almost immediately. Why do I feel this way? What caused this feeling? What does it say about me or my situation? The intention behind these questions may seem helpful, but constant analysis often prolongs the emotion rather than calming it. Instead of allowing the feeling to pass through naturally, the mind begins building thoughts around it. Each new thought adds more attention to the emotion. The feeling becomes stronger because the mind continues feeding it with analysis. The Stoics recognized this pattern and practiced a different approach. Instead of dissecting every emotion, they learned to observe feelings calmly without immediately trying to explain them. Marcus Aurelius often described emotions as temporary responses that pass through the mind like weather passing through the sky. Just as a storm may appear and then gradually fade, emotions often follow a natural cycle. When a feeling arises, the Stoic technique begins by simply noticing it. The emotion is acknowledged without being suppressed or exaggerated. The mind recognizes that a feeling is present, but it does not immediately begin building a story around it. For example, a moment of anxiety may appear during the evening. The mind might normally begin asking why the anxiety exists or what future event might be causing it. But when the Stoic method is practiced, the person simply observes the sensation. The feeling is present. The body may feel slightly tense. The breath may become quicker for a moment. Instead of analyzing the emotion, the mind allows it to exist. This gentle observation creates space between awareness and the feeling itself. The emotion is experienced, but it is not turned into a problem that must be solved immediately. Without constant analysis feeding it, the emotional wave begins to change. Like all waves, emotions rarely remain at their peak forever. They rise, shift, and eventually soften. The mind begins to notice that the intensity of the feeling slowly fades when it is not constantly examined. This natural fading becomes easier to observe with practice. The Stoics trusted this process because they understood that emotions are part of the body's natural responses. Trying to control them immediately often creates additional tension, but allowing them to move freely often leads to calm more quickly. This does not mean ignoring emotions or pretending they do not exist. Feelings still carry important information about experiences and relationships. The Stoic approach simply removes the habit of excessive analysis during the moment the emotion is strongest. Later, when the mind is calm, reflection may occur more clearly. But during the emotional wave itself, observation is often more helpful than analysis. Over time, this discipline changes the way emotions are experienced. Feelings still appear, but they no longer trigger long chains of thought. The mind becomes comfortable allowing emotions to pass through naturally. Awareness remains steady, while the emotional wave rises and falls.
The body relaxes because it is no longer caught in a cycle of analyzing and reacting. The mind learns that emotions do not need to be controlled immediately in order to fade.
They simply need space to move. And within that space, something quiet begins to emerge. The mind discovers that emotions are temporary visitors, not permanent states. When they are observed calmly, they often leave just as naturally as they arrived. As the mind learns to observe emotional waves without immediately analyzing them, another important pattern begins to reveal itself. Many people believe that thinking more about a problem will always bring clarity. Reflection can certainly be valuable, but the Stoics recognize that there is a point where thinking stops helping and begins draining the mind instead. Mental exhaustion often appears not because the mind is weak, but because it has been reflecting far longer than necessary. The mind naturally wants to understand experiences. When something important happens, reflection can help a person learn from it. A mistake might be examined in order to improve future actions. A conversation might be remembered to better understand what was said. This type of reflection can be healthy, but the difficulty begins when reflection continues far beyond the point where new understanding appears. The mind may return to the same event repeatedly, examining the same details again and again. At first, the thinking feels productive. The mind believes that one more round of analysis might reveal something new. It continues searching for deeper meaning, hidden lessons, or missed details. But often the same thoughts simply repeat themselves. The same questions appear. The same explanations are considered. The same memories are replayed from different angles. Eventually, the mind becomes tired. This exhaustion does not come from a lack of ability. It comes from the mind doing the same work over and over without reaching a different result. Instead of discovering clarity, the mind becomes overwhelmed by its own effort. The Stoics understood that reflection has a natural limit. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on events in order to improve his character and decisions, but he also recognized that excessive thinking can become counterproductive. When reflection no longer produces insight, continuing the process only creates fatigue. The mind begins working without direction. For example, a person may replay a conversation that felt uncomfortable earlier in the day. The mind may analyze what was said, what could have been said differently, and how the other person might have interpreted the exchange. At first, this reflection might reveal something useful. Perhaps a certain phrase was unnecessary, or a reaction was stronger than needed. Once that understanding appears, the lesson has already been learned, but the mind may continue returning to the conversation anyway. Hours later, it may still be replaying the same moment, even though no new understanding is emerging. This is the point where reflection has quietly turned into rumination. The Stoic approach encourages recognizing this shift. When the mind notices that thinking is no longer producing insight, it can gently stop the process. The lesson has already been taken from the experience. Continuing the reflection will not add anything meaningful. This recognition protects the mind from unnecessary exhaustion. Instead of working endlessly on the same thought, the mind allows the reflection to end. Attention returns to the present moment rather than continuing to circle the same event. The mind begins to rest. This does not mean avoiding reflection entirely. Thoughtful reflection is an important part of growth and wisdom. The Stoics valued learning from experience, but they also understood that thinking must eventually reach a natural stopping point. When reflection becomes repetitive instead of insightful, it no longer serves a useful purpose. The mind deserves the same kind of rest that the body requires after physical effort. Over time, learning to recognize this limit becomes an important skill. The mind begins noticing when thinking is helpful and when it has become excessive. This awareness prevents the mind from exhausting itself through endless analysis. Clarity often appears more easily after the mind has rested. Sometimes stepping away from a problem allows new understanding to appear naturally later. The mind becomes refreshed instead of worn down by constant reflection. The Stoics trusted this balance. They reflected when reflection was helpful, but they also knew when to let thinking come to an end. In doing so, they protected their minds from unnecessary strain. Gradually, the mind learns that it does not need to analyze every experience endlessly in order to grow. Sometimes the wisest action is simply recognizing when enough thinking has already been done. As the mind begins to recognize when reflection becomes excessive and exhausting, another helpful shift becomes possible. Many thoughts only gain strength because they are placed at the center of attention. The moment a thought appears, the mind often turns toward it completely, examining it as if it must become the main focus of awareness. But the Stoics quietly discovered a gentler approach. Thoughts do not always need to be treated as important messages. Many of them can simply exist in the background, much like music playing softly in another room. The mind produces thoughts constantly. Ideas appear, memories surface, questions form, and random impressions pass through awareness. This movement happens throughout the day and even continues quietly when the world around us becomes silent. Because thoughts appear so easily, the mind often assumes they must all be meaningful. If a thought arises, attention moves toward it automatically. The mind begins examining what the thought might mean or why it appeared. Soon, the thought becomes the center of awareness, and the mind begins building more thinking around it. But not every thought deserves that level of attention. The Stoics learned that many thoughts are simply the natural background activity of the mind. They are not instructions, warnings, or deep insights. They are just part of the mind's constant movement. When this is understood, the relationship with thinking begins to change. Instead of following every thought, the mind can allow many of them to remain in the background. The thought may still exist, but it no longer becomes the main focus of awareness. This is similar to the way background music works. When music plays softly in the distance, it may be noticed for a moment. But attention does not need to focus on every note or lyric. The music continues playing while the mind remains engaged with something else. Thoughts can be treated in the same way. A thought may appear in the mind, but it does not need to interrupt everything else. It can simply remain in the background while attention stays connected to the present moment. For example, a small worry may appear about something that needs to be done tomorrow. Normally, the mind might begin planning, predicting, and imagining possible outcomes. But with this Stoic practice, the thought is noticed briefly and then allowed to remain like distant music. It exists without becoming the center of attention. Attention can remain on what is happening right now. The breath continues slowly. The body remains still. The environment stays quiet. Meanwhile, the thought fades naturally because it is no longer being amplified by focus. This approach removes the urgency that many thoughts seem to carry. The mind no longer treats every idea as something that must be addressed immediately. Many thoughts simply lose their intensity when they are allowed to remain in the background. Over time, this practice creates a calmer mental environment. The mind becomes less reactive because it is no longer chasing every thought that appears. Thoughts still exist, but they no longer dominate awareness. The Stoics valued this quiet detachment because it protected the mind from becoming overwhelmed by its own thinking. When thoughts remain in the background, attention becomes clearer and more stable. The mind can focus on the present moment instead of constantly shifting between ideas. Gradually, the mind begins to feel lighter. Thoughts may still move through awareness, just as music moves through a room, but they no longer demand constant analysis or reaction. They simply exist for a moment and then pass away. And in that gentle shift of attention, the mind discovers something deeply calming. Thoughts do not always need to be silenced. Sometimes peace appears the moment the mind stops turning every thought into the center of its world. The mind was never meant to carry this much noise. Tonight you saw something most people never stop long enough to notice. Thoughts are not commands. Worries are not predictions. Emotions are not permanent storms. And the mind itself is not broken just because it keeps producing ideas. What creates the exhaustion is not thinking itself, but the habit of believing every thought deserves attention. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. Peace does not come from controlling the mind. It comes from changing the relationship with it. Thoughts can pass like weather. Questions can remain unanswered for a while. Feelings can rise and fall without needing to be dissected. And the present moment can become a place where the mind finally rests instead of constantly searching for certainty. Over these hours, you've practiced something simple but powerful. Letting thoughts move without chasing them. Letting emotions soften without analyzing them. Letting uncertainty exist without forcing answers. And little by little, the noise begins to quiet itself. Because the mind, when not constantly pushed or pulled, knows how to settle on its own. So tonight, as the mind begins to slow down, remember this. Overthinking is not something you defeat through force. It fades the moment you stop feeding it. The moment you return to what is real. The moment you allow the mind to breathe again. And if you stayed with this journey all the way to the end, leave a comment below with the words, "Quiet mind." It's a small signal that you made it through the storm and found the calm on the other side. If this helped you feel even a little lighter tonight, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. This channel is here to bring you more Stoic clarity, deeper mental peace, and the kind of wisdom that helps you sleep with a quieter mind and wake up stronger the next day. Rest well tonight. Your mind has carried enough for one day.